Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin. Thank you.
They said this day would never come. They said our sights were set too high. Yet there he was, a man with brown skin, kinky hair, a defining moment in history. To use a word that's usually inappropriate for politics, it was transcendental. It was something qualitatively different about his crowds and his supporters. And I think that informed the way I wrote throughout the year. I grew up in the segregated South. I grew up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, the tail end of Jim Crow. There was an incident in 1968. To think that in my lifetime we could elect the first black president was just an amazing thing. I just sat down to write about the experience. So to have won the Pulitzer Prize for that was just, I'm a lucky guy.
The Pulitzer Prizes were announced today. They honor distinguished works of literature, music, drama, and print journalism.
Bob Woodward hired me when he was Metro editor. To this day, he is the most resourceful reporter I've ever met.
Eileen Wilson was working at a small paper. She stumbled on a big story and grabbed onto it and didn't let go. she was able to tell their stories, which also told our story, as a country, and who we were and what decisions we were making.
The Pulitzers look at the cream of the crop and those pieces that I think resonate beyond their particular topic area. This was a recognition that fashion really does live beyond the runway and fashion magazines. Clothes tell us something really specific about culture. It's like the billboard for a period of time.
I feel that I am writing for people who don't have a voice. There was one fellow at Morgan Stanley who had my picture and a red circle and a slash through my face in his office.
The Army literally was calling my boss, telling him to kill the story, and when that didn't work, they called my boss's boss. And as soon as we did our reporting, the cat was out of the bag, and the Army immediately stopped stripping them of VA benefits. Journalists who do this type of work, you could either say it's a calling or maybe a personality defect. They do it because they have to do it. Whether it's the people that dug through the data or walked through the war zones, it's this act of bearing witness.
I swung my graphic around and held it, and I could only hope that it turned out the way that I looked at it through the finder.
We've seen some incredibly brave war correspondents.
When I arrived in '62, Wes Gallagher, who was the AP president, believed that the American publishers would be willing to hear the truth about Vietnam, and he said, go ahead and report everything you see. And Peter, don't make any mistakes. We became very aware through the AP and others that the Pentagon, the military high command, and the White House and State Department were not happy with our coverage. But frankly, we didn't give a damn.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
It never looked as terrible as it was, and it made her wonder if hell was a pretty place too.
Hey, shut up!
You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view.
And to get to know these people, you have to go where they went.
It's a desire to know how our democracy works, how it really works. In both Master Dissenter and The Power Broker, I examined power through one man. If you can figure out how he did it and explain it adequately to people, you'll be filling a gap in our knowledge about how political power really works. Robert Moses basically said, anyone who wants a contract from the city or state will never speak to you. So when I started, not only was there not a book, there wasn't a single magazine or newspaper article examining public authorities as a source of political power. To work for 7 years, basically with no one terribly interested in what you're doing, being broke a lot of the time, but then at the end of it to have a Pulitzer Prize, that's really something.
Editorial cartoons are so vitally important to democracy. The first Pulitzer-winning cartoon, you can understand it 100, 1,000 years from now in terms of social justice, human rights, and really just the powerful visual. We can get away with so much that if we are strong, the rest of journalism is. And the tough part about being a cartoonist is your beat is everything.
First Gleam and then Merrill, the high times were finished. Soon U.S. wealth was 14 trillion diminished.
The
The Pulitzer music category started in 1943 with William Schumann, and just shortly after that, Aaron Copland, Virgil Thompson, Charles Ives, iconic American figures who really helped define what the American voice is.
It was a Pulitzer first, jazz in the category usually reserved for classical music. Blood on the Fields traces the journey of an African couple sold into slavery in the United States.
I am the 2015 Pulitzer Prize winner for a piece commemorating life in the anthracite coal mining region of Pennsylvania. In a certain sense, it is a kind of poetic history.
Two roads diverged in the yellow wood.
I love my crooked feet, shaped by vanity and work shoes made to outlast belief.
It is like what we imagine knowledge to be. Dark, salt, clear, moving, utterly free.
Gwendolyn Brooks, who was the first African-American poet to get the prize, is somebody whose work has shaped generations of writers. My questions as a poet are really simple, and I think they come down to the sense of what do we do to one another and why. And I think what a poem does is it brings us to a place where we can become aware of all that we wish we knew how to say.
Good evening. Last week they handed out the Pulitzer Prizes. The gold medals went not to a great metropolitan newspaper, but to two weekly papers in North Carolina. Their editors decided to fight and expose the Ku Klux Klan.
What very brave newspaper editors did in the South during the Civil Rights Movement at a time when the KKK was not just three scary letters, but a reality, was amazingly brave. Throughout the history of the prizes, there have also been individual columnists who have suffered because of the stances they took, and yet they persisted. It is imperative that each of us examine our own heart and conscience and determine what part we have played in creating a society which permits a man to be murdered because of his desire to be free and equal under the law.
I don't want people just to think. I want them to feel when they look at pictures, because that's the only way you're going to get a real response.
It was a routine rescue, and all of a sudden everything went to garbage. I still remember thinking to myself, I don't want to see them hit.
Without words, the best photographs will convey immediately something of importance.
I had no idea of the impact, and I still don't understand it even today.
We all felt attacked. Everybody felt attacked, and that gave us the energy to cover this story.
No matter how massive a story it is, how disastrous it may be, the human element is the thing that reaches out and touches people.
We wanted in 1986 for coverage of the Colombian volcano that caused a mudslide. I think 25,000 people or more were killed. One of the most tragic things to see was this little girl who was trapped in the rubble. They couldn't dislodge her, and those are the kind of things that break your heart, and I think that probably resonated with so many people, that one little girl. 6 months later, I found the mother, and she felt like it gave her daughter's death meaning to have been kind of the symbol of this horrible tragedy, which brought a lot of help, of course, to the town and to the people. And I think the most important thing about any award is shining the light back on the story. It makes me, hang on to that naive belief that we can change the world.
When you look down at the list of winners, these are all people who took risks, who really wanted to help people to understand what was really going on.
The one word that I come back to is impact.
The Pulitzer Prize is vital in keeping the editorial cartoon alive.
It's the announcement each year that there's one book of poems that ought to be read because it's that important and it's that powerful.
I think it's an amazing documentation of who we are as human beings. The Pulitzer Prize is just the one that matters the most. It is shorthand that means that this is lasting.
You know, we live in a world where everything changes faster and faster, so nothing seems to endure. But one of the things that has endured for a century is the symbolic value of the Pulitzer Prize.
Please welcome Vice President and Editorial Page Editor of the Dallas Morning News and Pulitzer Prize Board Co-Chair, Kevin and Willie.
What a wonderful video, and special thanks to the museum for partnering with the Pulitzer Board and producing it. Good morning. I'm so pleased to welcome you to a great program today, a continuation of the wonderful dramas and conversations that we enjoyed last night. I also want to welcome all of our live stream audience. We're streaming this today, so we have a good audience. We have many people with us here today who produce the very sort of work that we've just seen. So I'd like to ask all the Pulitzer Prize winners who are here with us today to please stand and be recognized. We also have several current and former members of the Pulitzer Prize Board with us today, so I'd like all the members, current and past, of the Pulitzer Prize Board to please stand and be recognized. I have a quick housekeeping note that you can probably all guess by now what that would be, and that is that if anybody is Instagramming or tweeting from the event today, to please remember to use the hashtag Pulitzer100. And now let's start the program. I would like to introduce Mike Wilson. He is the editor of the Dallas Morning News, which has won 9 Pulitzer Prizes in categories ranging from photography to national reporting, explanatory reporting, and editorial writing. Mike will get us started with the first panel of the day.
Thank you, Kevin, and welcome, everybody. It's a privilege to be here representing the Dallas Morning News and to introduce our first panel. And I'll introduce folks as they come onto the stage. Mo Alefi is the founding executive director of Georgetown University's Institute of Politics and Public Service. The former communications director of the Democratic National Committee, he's a veteran of 4 presidential campaigns, including serving as senior spokesman for the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2008. Olivier Knox is the chief Washington correspondent for Yahoo News, where he's covered the White House, politics, and foreign policy since 2012. And before that, he was at Agence France-Presse for 15 years. As senior advisor for external affairs, Kevin Sullivan leads communications and marketing efforts across all areas of the Bush Center. He was appointed by President George W. Bush as assistant to the president for communications in 2006 and oversaw message development and communications planning. Since 2002, Kathleen Carroll has been the executive director and senior vice president of the Associated Press, the world's largest independent news agency. AP journalists have won numerous awards during her tenure, including this year's Pulitzer Prize for Public Service, and overall 4 Pulitzer Prizes and 6 George Polk Awards. Kathleen, we should note, is a Texas native, and we always like to point that out when we're here. Our moderator for the discussion is Marty Barron. He's the executive editor of the Washington Post since 2013. Marty has been part of 10 Pulitzer Prizes during his time at the Post, the Boston Globe, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and the Miami Herald, but he may be best known for his uncanny impersonation of the actor Liev Schreiber. I hope you enjoy the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I'll try to continue with that impersonation here. And thank you all for coming. Thank you to the panel for participating. So the title of this panel is The Presidency, Coverage in the Digital Age. So what I want to do is just start with the question about what really fundamentally is different about covering the president in the digital age. So why don't we start with that? And maybe, Olivier, maybe you can kick it off.
Sure. When I started covering the White House in December of 2000, everything was on paper. It was we would get statements on paper. We would get announcements on paper. It was and the wire services had to move quickly, but everyone else had a more leisurely pace. And then over time, as the White House embraced the digital age, embraced email, and especially under this president, embraced social media, announcements have come from a variety, via a variety of sources. Everyone is a wire service reporter now. We're all constantly on deadline. And I think that's one of the biggest changes of the last 15 years or so.
Has it changed qualitatively, the kind of work that we're doing?
Well, a little bit. I mean, one of the changes is that we're now trying to reach audiences that are consuming the information from a variety of sources on a variety of platforms. We are all competing for these guys in a way that we weren't when I started the job. Now, for wire services, this hasn't changed all that much because we were constantly on deadline. But now everyone is. One of the things is that that we've learned in the digital age is that people's expectations of the news product are different. And the example I would give is in an old school video, you could build suspense and introduce characters and the rest of it. But now, with the digital age, if the headline of your video is "Bear falls out of tree onto trampoline," you need to show that bear falling out of that tree and onto that trampoline within the first 15 seconds of a video, or people will tune it out. And that's made a difference in how we package the news. Everyone's looking for the magic wand that will turn everything. Every file, every story into gold. We've experimented with shorter stories and longer stories and more graphics and fewer graphics. So I don't know that we've settled yet on a solution, on a formula for making this work.
And Kathleen, if news organizations are becoming more like wire services, so has nothing changed for the wire services themselves?
No, things have changed a little bit for us too in the ways that Olivier described. But everything is faster, and particularly more for presidential campaigns, but also for White House announcements. The need to get balance and context and some other way to think about a story out at the same time that you're reporting on what's happening is greater than ever, and that really taxes an organization unless you make it a group effort. You don't just stick the White House person on this assignment by themselves. They have to have kind of backup so that the story is, the expectation is the story is going to be more complete within a few minutes of the event occurring instead of having hours to do it, even a couple of hours for the AP. But I think the biggest change is the one that we've all talked about a lot, and that is that this White House covers itself.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we have a competitor in the White House. They use social media quite effectively to release pictures that are shot by the official White House photographer, and they talk about things that they're doing, and they completely skip over the press, which sounds whiny, and I don't mean for it to, but it also means, well.
Why is it not whiny?
Well,
maybe it is whiny. I don't know. Maybe it is whiny.
But it's not just.
Why should we be concerned about that?
We should be concerned because more and more this particular president withdraws the acts of his public office behind closed doors. I don't think any of us are whining about that we're not in the residence watching him put his socks on in the morning, but we do want to watch him sign bills and be able to ask him questions on behalf of the public, right? You guys don't get to ask him questions. We're in a privileged position, but we're being shut off from that. And instead what you get is a very shiny, polished, adept view of an administration that is filtered only by the people whose jobs it is to promote that administration. And I think that's dangerous for the Republic.
Well, Mo and Sully, you've seen this from the other end. Does that sound like whining? Does that concern you at all, or is that just what a president does and what the president should do?
Well, I would say empowerment is the biggest change that everybody, whether our teenage kids, can be like an international journalist because of the power of what's in your hand on your smartphone. In terms of, when you're working in communications at the White House, your job is to get the president's message out in the most persuasive and memorable way you can, and to extend the reach as far as you can. Now, our attitude with the team at the White House working for President Bush was, it was sort of like going to the restaurant and you order from each column. There'd be an event, maybe a speech, there'd be a meeting with local business leaders or community leaders. Well, we would always ask the president to allow one reporter to sit in that meeting. If it was on energy and John McKinnon at the Wall Street Journal was writing about energy during that cycle, we might say, let's let McKinnon sit in. Because even though we didn't have Twitter yet, but we had a major web operation even then, you didn't get the right audience. You didn't get the whole picture if you only did it yourself. And I think that's still today, even as technology has advanced. So it's a speech, it's an interview, maybe a pull-aside, quick thing. Maybe it's a sit-down. Maybe it's letting that reporter sit in the room. It's certainly letting the photographers in. We saw upheaval a few years ago when the White House was issuing so many of its own images and keeping reporters out. It's all of the above. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Use the empowerment that you have as an institution, but also work with the news media. That is, we're the only country where the media that covers the president is right down the hall. And you have to have, President Bush last night called it a symbiotic relationship. There is a little bit of a transaction there. As he said last night, you needed me, I needed you. And I think that relationship, it's important that it still lives on today, even in the face of all this great new technology that empowers us to push out our own content.
Well, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think technology has fundamentally changed. I always like to take a step back and remember what this is all about. Right? The relationship and the role of the press in a democracy is so important. It was cemented in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Right? That's important. In the very First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Having said that, there is no more sacred relationship in our democracy than between elected official and voter. That's what it's really about. For generations, you all were the conduit. You were the ones that connected them. You're not needed as much in that relationship these days. And I'm not saying you're not needed, right? But I'm saying is, because of technology, both sides of that relationship can actually circumvent you to some extent. So when you see a White House or a political campaign on either side of the aisle do that sort of thing, I think right now we're still trying to experiment and figure out what is the appropriate use. I do not think cutting the press out is appropriate. But there's a way to directly engage, directly take a message. I understand why people pursue that. Now, having said that, I will also say that there are challenges on the other side of this equation, right? The reporter who says, as a few that I have heard say, the notion that you have to go to the White House to actually cover the White House is no longer true and necessary. That bothers me a little bit. The notion that because of the internet and because people's views are so, the digital age is actually making us less connected, and it's creating a whole new perspective, a whole new reality for so many people. Because anybody's a journalist, anyone with an opinion can set up their own corner, and we're gravitating to people who have like minds. So there are now conservative media outlets where conservative voters can go, and that frames their reference. There are now progressive digital media outlets that do the same. What's happening in the middle, the true objective truth seekers are struggling because people are kind of retreating to their corners in this digital universe. And what do you do? How do you actually discern what is true, what is real, what is not?
Can I just add one thing? I take your point on all of that, Mo, but the thing that's missing in this discussion of messaging and how effective the messaging is, that's a one-way communication. And the President of the United States, whatever the party, gender, anything, is answerable to the public who elected him or whom he serves or she serves. And what's missing is the opportunity for anybody to ask a question. journalists have the opportunity to ask questions. The messaging is not being replaced by town halls or forums where anybody can ask a question. It's a very select, friendly audience. The questions are screened in advance, and it's still part of the one-way communication. And I think it's not good for any administration to not be questioned by people who, and not just by questions by people who are shouting on the internet, but to be able to have to answer questions. And that's the door that's slamming.
Though I don't know that I would agree that it's slamming. I mean, I think people are trying to figure out the equilibrium, right? I don't think this is a White House. I hear the criticisms of this particular White House and it's shutting the press out, but it's not entirely shut out. The president still does media interviews. He still does news conferences. His staff still does the daily briefing. They're just trying other tools as well. And I think you're right. I do not think it is okay to exclude the press, but what is the right equilibrium in this digital age? I don't know anyone has figured it out.
Just to make a quick point about the exclusion of the press, when you say trying out other tools, it sounds very antiseptic, but what we're talking about is a White House that excludes the news photographers from a newsworthy event, excludes us. I mean, I'm not a photographer, but excludes the media from an event and then releases its own, I'll call it propaganda. The job of the photographer whose material is being released is to make the president look good. I'm not a particularly paranoid person, but I can't vouch for the accuracy of these photos in the sense that I don't know if it was posed. I don't know if that post-election handshake between President Obama and Mitt Romney, I don't know how many tries it took to get the right smile and the rest of it. You know, and just to go back to that, what was fascinating about that particular photo was that the White House editorialized in the caption. It was something like, neither man wanted to be there, but they felt they needed to be. It was this amazing little moment in the captions. And when I pointed this out in one of my pieces about this White House's media operation, they went back and they deleted that. And so they have this incredible control over the images and the words. And no one is saying they can't use Twitter or Facebook or Reddit or whatever. Our objection is chiefly that, well, we have many, obviously, because we're reporters, but it's bad that they exclude us, and they'll say it was a private meeting, and then there's 10 minutes of it shot by the White House videographer that goes up on the web. That's not a private meeting. And so we're not saying they can't use these new tools. That would be crazy. What's really annoying is that the first draft of history is increasingly not a skeptical reporter, you know, kicking the tires and looking under the hood. It is a press release, essentially, whether it's video or photo format, and that really bothers us.
We saw recently that a State Department video actually had a whole question excised, and that was the video that was released by the State Department. And then it ultimately was pointed out that this question was somehow missing from the video, and they acknowledged that somebody had deliberately, we don't know who, had deliberately removed that portion of the video, and now they have to put it back in again.
And I think people have a sense, they know the difference. Consumers of news know the difference between something that they can trust. And there's the numbers, even though media popularity has declined, you're still above Congress, Kathleen. So
yeah, but we're hanging on by our fingernails.
6 to 4.
I don't like being compared to Congress in terms of credibility. But.
No, but there was Pew was out last week with a report that said 62% of U.S. adults get news from social media, and that we're predominantly talking about Facebook. Well, Ed Week, a couple weeks ago, had a fascinating story that if Facebook were a TV show, it would have been 27th in that week's Nielsen viewership numbers. YouTube, I think, was 49th, and Instagram was 156th or something. This is what I mean by all of the above. You know, you've got to reach people, you have to hit them in multiple places. But as much as people, those 80% of people using Facebook, I think the number was 12% have high confidence in the news. We know that they like things that is sent to them from one of their friends. But if they don't have confidence in the material that's there, you know, are you really breaking through with the message for your client or the president or whoever? That's again why I kind of like the all of the above approach.
Well, it was interesting when you were talking, you said, I'm not saying that the mainstream media is not needed, but you didn't say it was needed.
Oh, no, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, but right now we have, for example, political candidates, of course, just to veer a bit from the presidency, but people who aspire to be president, who are appealing to their own media outlets that very much favor them.
That's right.
So for Donald Trump, obviously, Breitbart.com For Bernie Sanders, something like the Young Turks. And they say, well, look, the media is giving you its own reality. The conservatives will say they're promoting a liberal agenda in many instances, and then people on the far left will say they're promoting a corporate agenda. And so we're actually getting the real reality from these outlets, and the media is actually kind of part of the conspiracy.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I know we're focusing on the digital, but if you look at a media outlet like Fox News, right, its slogan is fair and balanced. If you talk to your average Fox News viewer, they're saying, no, we don't think the coverage has to be fair and balanced on Fox News. We think Fox News is the balance. It is the balance to a progressive media culture out there. So they recognize that they are going here because it provides a different, a more conservative perspective, and that's what attracts those viewers there. I think that is amplified 100 times in the digital space. People are going to the corners that reinforce their perspective. And our phones, you know, the digital age is designed to perpetuate that, right? I read 3 stories on my phone from various media outlets. Every single one of those algorithms will then shove stories that are just like it with that perspective in front of me. Why? Because that's how it knows I will click. And we are living in an age where the click is king. And so it's easy to understand how people's perspectives of the same event suddenly become warped and segmented into different perspectives. The Wall Street Journal just did a tremendous graphic on this just in the last couple of weeks, where they looked at 2 Facebook feeds side by side of a progressive viewer and of a conservative viewer, and looked at the same exact events, but how they were consuming the news. It was remarkable. You look at the same exact events that a progressive was reading about and a conservative was reading about, and the headlines, you'd think they were living on 2 different planets. That is what worries me a little bit about the digital age, is that journalism is becoming more commentary, if not in how it's presented, then at least in how it's being consumed.
But if you look back at history, the age of that Marty and I lived in, where newspapers were generally trying to be middle of the road and not partisan, is an unusual period in newspapering. That newspapers there were lots of them because they appealed to different groups. They had specific audiences. And so, you know, the fact that people like to be associating with people who think like them is not new in the country. What's new in the country is that, you know, presidents in the 19th century didn't have their own outlet to get directly to the voters. And, you know, I hate to keep harping on the same thing, but again, it's about whether media is segmented or not. The problem that we're trying to deal with is elected officials closing themselves off from the people they were elected to serve, and using the mechanisms of their administration, not just at the White House, but throughout the government that they run, to close off access to people.
So Kathleen, they are closing themselves off from the people they were elected to serve, but they're not necessarily closing themselves off from the people who support them. And what about that? I mean, what are the implications of that?
Well, I ask Sully here, but the obvious question to ask about that is, are they serving then only the people who support them, or are they serving the wider responsibility that I think most of us believe they have, is to serve the entire country?
Yeah, I think you know, as a president needs to serve everybody who voted, everybody who participated in the process. He represents all people, and you try to do that. I think the key, though, is you've got to put out good, to the extent you control your own channels, it has to be good content, or it won't get shared like Mo's talking about, and it won't, you know, and that's here at the Bush Center. A couple years ago, President Bush hired Bill McKenzie, a Pulitzer Prize winner, you know, to be the editorial director here because he was credible and he has an independent voice. We launched the Catalyst in January, a journal of ideas, a digital quarterly publication. You can sign up at bushcenter.org. It's free. And but then the first issue, we had Joe Lieberman, Mark Cuban, which was enormously effective, the way it was shared. And today in Politico, there was a reference to the Cuban story that was in that issue of the Catalyst 6 months ago, because it was good, compelling, a little bit of a surprise. Ron Kirk was in that issue, you know. So surprise people with the content. Make it good, make it compelling. You know, a good White House example, you know, people forget, you know, President Bush did have the first all digital presidency. Every photograph was digital. Live stream, first live streaming, virtually all events starting in 2001 were live streamed. All digital. First, he did a blog on a trip from the Middle East on Air Force One. The first presidential interview, direct to the interview, was for Yahoo. Mike Allen did the interview. So we did a lot of digital stuff in those days, but the thing that still gets the most attention is Barney Cam. After 9/11, White House tours had been cut off. The public couldn't come in. So a way to show the public the decorations and kind of tell the story of this sad holiday season was through the lens of Barney, the president's beloved Scottish Terrier. Jimmy Orr, who was the digital media director for President Bush, came up with this idea, working with Jeannie Mamo and others. And Barney zipped through the White House showing the decorations. It was a massive hit. It went on for years. Mrs. Bush did a premiere at a children's hospital every year. And you know, Prime Minister Tony Blair and Dolly Parton ended up appearing in it over the years. But it was good content. It was interesting. It was a little bit offbeat. So in terms of serving your audience, you got to have the good stuff, and you have to have credible voices.
Olivia? Just quick point, Barney Cam actually is infinitely more important than every other digital breakthrough you listed in the Bush administration. For me, it is an absolute pivot point in presidential communications. What happened to the Barney Cam video? Do you guys remember what happened to the Barney Cam video? Every single morning show. Right? So it was, for me, it was the first time that the more traditional news media, to the extent we can call morning shows news media, the traditional news media took content produced by the White House and used it without really modifying it and oohing and ahhing. And for me, that was the moment in which the White House realized that, sure, we're going to get these, you mentioned this before, that people with a phone can be journalists, can report on the news. But the fall of those barriers to entry was, to me, a lot more important for powerful institutions that have built-in constituencies. And the Barney Cam moment, where the news media is taking that video and showing it entirely, that's much more important than the blogs and the rest of it, because that's what's fed into this presidency, where they are producing their own, you know, Kathleen said it precisely right. They love to cover themselves. And they expect, on some level, and unfortunately we reward them, that if they release a particularly good video or photograph, that we are going to take their content and that it's going to displace what would have been ours.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's partly true. I think the bigger calculation internally, I'm not speaking for the White House, I've never spoken to them about this, but I think the bigger calculation is not that you're going to take it and use it as your own, it's that they can just go around you and just, right? They can just, through their own channels, I mean, look at how many followers Barack Obama has on Twitter or on, that they can just go straight to the people, that the filter is less necessary. I think that is the calculation when a White House or a political campaign does something like that.
That would be true if they weren't excluding us from the event.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
No, and I'm not disagreeing. Again, I'm not defending the exclusion of the press. I'm just saying, I think the calculation is that now there are other avenues.
Let me ask you a question as an academic about history. This museum has a very famous picture, and there were many of them, of President Bush's expression and his face as Andy Card leaned over and whispered in his ear. That's a piece of history that's important enough that they want to share it here. I doubt that a picture like that would be taken in this particular administration by an independent news photographer, and probably not recorded, possibly by a White House photographer. But that event, if something important was happening, it would be taken off site. I'm almost certain. What does that mean for the history of a presidency when events like that occur off stage?
Yeah, no, I think your point is a good one, and that is it is becoming, and I think Olivier said it before, right? The first draft of history is increasingly being written by the campaign or by the administration, and I think that's true across the board. I think everyone is trying to control that a little bit more.
So if the mainstream press is being sort of pushed out of the picture, and it sounds like it is to some degree, and the question will be, well, how much will it be pushed out of the picture? Does the public care?
No. Nope.
Why not?
Because they're getting their information from this multiplicity of sources, and I actually don't know that they know when they should trust a video or a piece like that. You know, I was struck when the president went to the Toner Journalism Prize dinner. He really lectured us, and one of the things that he lectured us about was that we should be producing quality content. We shouldn't be chasing the audience, which was interesting because that's actually the perfect distillation of his communication strategy. You know, the president sits down with a woman who is chiefly known because she ate Fruit Loops in a milk-filled bathtub. He's not looking for good questions about the Islamic State, I guarantee you. He is looking for that audience, and they chase the audience
so
at least as much.
He wasn't a good messenger for that particular.
And it's super effective. You know, when the president sat down on that skit on Between Two Ferns, which this White House called an interview. I mean, that's like saying, you know, Dana Carvey gave a George H.W. Bush press conference. It's just complete nonsense. But they sit down and they do Between Two Ferns, and it quickly became the #1 driver of enrollment in Obamacare. This stuff works. Right. People love it. Yeah. People read it. People watch it. People consume it. And they're not necessarily aware of how they're being steered. You know, you talk about the algorithms. I actually at the George H.W. Library, I did a panel like this one, and someone at the end of it, and during the Q&A, got up and said, "You Yahoo, why should I trust you? You know, I go to Yahoo to get my news, and it's all Kim Kardashian. You know, sit down, go away. You're not a real news person." And the moderator said, "You don't have to answer that." I said, "No, I know. I want to answer that." "Sir, you're going to yahoo.com. "Yes, I am." "You're seeing a lot of Kim Kardashian." "Yes, I do." Here's the thing. What you're seeing on that page is chiefly algorithm driven. If you're seeing a lot of Kim Kardashian news, sir, it's because it's all you click on.
Yep.
You know, Marty, one thing about the YouTube interviews, this was after.
He's such a Yahoo.
He is. So after the State of the Union last year, right, 2015, President Obama did 3 YouTube interviews, 3 very Glozell and 2 others that have a big following on YouTube, and he did them one after the other. And I think it's been viewed now almost 4 million times, if I'm not mistaken. One of the questions was, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be? So you're right, they weren't being grilled. There were a couple legitimate questions in there, but I applaud them for doing that. They shouldn't exclude the media. They should do both again.
They should do both.
But it reminded me of a State of the Union experience that we had with President Bush in 2007, I guess it was, the day after you fan out across the country to do events and interviews and things about the policies that were in the State of the Union. This particular year, we went to Kansas City to talk about health care. And we did the event and did an interview and did a few things and get back on Air Force One, and the president comes into the conference room and he says, "So how's it playing out there?" You know, we've got the cable news on the TV in the conference room. "How's it playing out there?" I said, "Well, sir, what's playing out there today is that the DNA on Anna Nicole's baby came back." And he said, "You mean we could have stayed at home?" I'm pretty sure he knew who Anna Nicole was, by the way. I know he gives it
filled him in, I'm sure.
She was from Texas.
That's right, she was from Texas. But there were a couple points there. First of all, the people in Kansas City and Wichita and the regional media that had covered, they matter too. You know, it's not only, we're always talking about getting outside the Beltway. So of course there was value in going there. You can never control what's going to happen in the news. But in that particular instance, because you know, had we had the ability, the national security and the Secret Service apparatus wouldn't let us upload to YouTube from the White House in those days. So we didn't have that channel available to us. But we would have done the same thing, I think, you know, had we had that mechanism in addition to.
That's right. It's in addition. I mean, gone are the days when the nightly news was a national convening. Right. People don't sit around and watch the nightly news anymore.
That's right.
The Sunday shows, the relevance that they used to have in driving the debate for the coming week, I mean, is all but disappearing. It's all but disappearing. And so people, I think are just experimenting still to find. And something like Between Two Ferns, I think, was one of the single greatest communications moments of this White House. Put aside what it meant for journalism, it was a president communicating with an audience he desperately needed to communicate with, and it was important. It actually had national significance. But I agree with you, Sully. It should not be done at the exclusion of the hard interview.
So Olivia mentioned the speech that President Obama made in March at the Toner Prize, which is a prize for journalism covering politics. And so let me read you what he said. He said, let's face it, in today's unprecedented change in your industry, the job has gotten tougher. Even as the appetite for information and data flowing through the internet is voracious, we've seen newsrooms closed. The bottom line has shrunk. The news cycle has as well. And too often there is enormous pressure on journalists to fill the void and feed the beast with instant commentary and Twitter rumors and celebrity gossip and softer stories. And then we fail to understand our world or understand one another as well as we should. That has consequences for our lives and for the life of the country. And then he added that media companies have an obligation to, quote, maintain certain standards and to not dumb down the news. So I want to get your reaction to all that, because I want to know whether you think we're in an environment where news organizations are dumbing down the news, and whether all we're doing is just chasing clicks with fluff.
No.
No?
No. I mean, the whole trope is just, it assumes that Olivier's organization, mine, yours, all the ones that might be here, are the same as the ones that are producing cat videos. I think there's a lot of room between cat videos and serious, boring stories. I think most organizations are trying to make...
Is that the choice?
No, that's where I'm trying to get to, is that there's a lot of room in the middle for making important information compelling and things that people should read and consume. And I think that's what a lot of news organizations are trying to do, is make information interesting so that people will read it, because we are competing with cat videos.
Peter Baker of the New York Times last summer had a interesting comment on this, that people were asking about media bias and media being biased in favor of what's most sensationalistic or whatever, and he said, well, yeah, there's that, but we're also biased in favor of the simplistic, because we know, the last number I saw, 39 of the top 50 online news sites get the majority of their traffic from mobile devices. So people are skimming.
Right.
So if you don't get it, get them in the first paragraph or the first couple of sentences, they're not going to read the whole story. So we've got to. So I don't think the media dumbs it down, but I think the media has tried to make things more accessible, recognizing that we're a nation, we're consuming news at a greater clip than ever, but we are skimming. And I think that's where that comes in.
But skimming is okay if you're skimming pieces of information that have been broken up to be accessible is a lot more effective than seeing some big, long piece of type and going, sure. No, thank you. I mean, we're trying to get to them.
There are a couple of ideas in the president's remarks that I think need to be unpacked. One is the idea that it's the 24/7 cycle that has this effect. I disagree that speed is the problem here. If speed were the problem, the news wires, which have been the speediest forever, would be dead or dumb or what have you, and they're not. They're thriving. They're smart. I'm obviously biased because you're never a former wire hack. I'm still a wire hack, but I don't think it's that. It's the volume that bothers me. It's the gotta fill the air. How are we going to fill the air relatively inexpensively? You know what? We're going to speculate about where the plate is, right?
For days.
For days on end. Not to knock that particular outlet, but it's the volume, it's not the speed that's doing it. The other thing is, I'm not sure what dumbing down means. When I was at AFP, so Agence France Presse basically, at the time that I got on board there, my God, 20 years ago, was writing about the United States for the rest of the world. That's changed in the digital era now because AFP runs on Yahoo, for example. But at the time, when I started out, you were not allowed to say in the lead, House Speaker Newt Gingrich. You had to say, President Bill Clinton's top critic or top opponent in the United States Congress. You had to address your audience knowing that your audience was not necessarily conversant with certain ideas, individuals, and things like that. I would argue that wasn't dumbing it down. It was just knowing the audience. I think right now, when I write stuff at Yahoo, some of the stuff that does the best is stuff on drones, on Syria policy, on things like that. Now, part of that is partisanship, right? People want to hammer this president for what's happened in the Middle East. Some of it is that it's a headline-grabbing story with tremendous visuals and drama. But we don't really dumb that down. And to your point about skimming and mobile devices, it's true, but what we've discovered is that one of the very, very best times to put out a feature story is Friday morning. Because on Fridays, some of you will know this, on Fridays, Americans go to work, they're in front of their computers, and they're not working. One of my most successful, in terms of most successful stories online was what happens when the president stays at a hotel. And all the dynamics about how it's arranged and how does he handle room service, all these other issues like that. Within about 4 days, we had about 5.5 million readers for that. And it was a long story. So what I said at the outset about how we haven't figured out what the magical formula is really, really true. You can see stories that you think are going to do great that just don't catch on fire. And we get our traffic from 2 places, really. One is search, well, 3 places. Search, right? People are, I've heard that something happened in Syria. Social media, and then we do have a lot of people who come back to Yahoo who have us bookmarked as their homepage or whatever. And look
See, that story got 5 million views because people hadn't seen that before. It was new.
That's right.
And I think new, I heard a scientist once say, our brains cannot resist something that's new. So the skimming, you got them, you sucked this all in with this cool story that people hadn't seen before.
I think there's a lot of remarkable, tremendous political journalism out there. I think that it plays an incredibly important role in not just providing the facts, but the context, right, for the consumer. I think there's also a lot of crap journalism out there. I think there's a lot of people who call themselves journalists because they now have a platform to do so. I don't think the problem is speed, and I'm not sure the problem is volume. I think it is the combination of the two. It is the fact that everyone is a wire reporter now, and they live on Twitter, and too often now retweeting is replacing reporting, and people are putting it out there, and you'll see reporters retweet something without checking it out themselves with a disclaimer. The disclaimer, whoa, comma, if true. And they'll do, and I'm sorry, that doesn't cover whoa, if true. No, I'm sorry, that's not the. Hold on, let me check it. Let me check if this is true. But if it is, it's a doozy. Like that doesn't work. But by the time you do figure it out, the narrative is already set. The story has already been told, and it's hard to walk that back. So I think it is the fact that everyone is now a wire reporter. Everyone is now in the breaking news. God, I hate that term right now. The breaking news business, and we're doing it at this lightning speed that everyone has access to. That concerns me a little.
Well, I mean, so the broader question here is the president talked about the diminished resources available to the news media these days, and clearly we have far fewer resources than we had before. Is that leading to less reporting? Is that leading to less digging? Are we really doing our jobs in terms of digging beneath the surface?
Some of you are. Right? I don't think there's a blanket answer here. I think some of you are doing it and doing it very well. I think a lot of people aren't. And it's hard to.
Is there less of it than there used to be?
Pardon me?
Is there less of it than there used to be?
I think there's less stuff than there used to be. If I think about what we used to do in the early part of my career and covering a lot of institutions that really don't touch people's lives, and there's been a lot of lamenting over the last 15 years about the buildings and the agencies and the stuff that isn't getting covered. But if you look back at that stuff, a lot of it was perfectly dreadful. And I think it was. I got my name's on some of those perfectly dreadful stories. But I think it's good to have gotten rid of that because that turned off audiences and it wasn't a good use of our time and energy. But I do think there are a fair number of very inventive news organizations, including the one based here, that are trying to come up with a different way to provide information that people really need to have. And that's harder than going to a building and writing down what the men standing in front of microphones had to say. And yet that was too much of our coverage for a long time. But when we get to it, I'd also like to turn this conversation more toward the business of government, because we tend to talk about politics. It's a political year, and that's an ephemeral thing. It's much more important to be able to talk about what an administration, mayor, governor, president, is doing in terms of governing. What are the policies? And this administration all of them get worse than the one before, so we have a lot to look forward to,
Right.
January 2007.
Well, you had a low opinion of a lot of the policy coverage that you just talked about, some of it being absolutely
I was talking about
really
local
boring and
coverage.
dreadful.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
even at the national level, there used to be more.
It
Are
used
we
to be
not
boring
covering policy the way that we used to?
I think
is
we've
policy
never
getting
covered
short
it.
shrift in this environment?
I do think it gets short shrift, and I think this particular administration makes it harder too, because if you want to find out something that's going on, in most agencies, you have to go through a public information officer. You can't go directly to the scientist who knows, or you can't go directly to somebody, try and get something from the Health and Human Services Administration. You get routed right back to the White House political office and the press office.
Yeah, the White House has minders in almost every interview. I have, the day I win Powerball, I'm going to request an interview with somebody that I don't actually want to talk to. I'm going to turn around and I want to interview the minder. So, was North Korea not an option? Could you not go work for a government like that? But it is amazing. It's amazing. You sit there and they'll stop your questions and stop the answers, and you know, unless you, of course, maybe are slightly confrontational, maybe, and say,
You have to work for it.
Yeah,
You have to fight for it. And this administration also goes after people. People in government are scared to talk to reporters or anybody who just wants to ask them a question. They can get prosecuted. They are prosecuted, you know, and they're punished. Their careers are punished, and that's a. Doesn't that bother anybody? I mean,
Or they would at least be subject to an investigation,
Yeah,
which would
exactly.
cost them a lot of
I
money.
mean, don't you want to know what the people whose salaries you pay are doing and be able to talk to them about like the weather or, you know, healthcare without somebody saying, no, don't answer that question.
For the first time in my life, I had a source come track me down at my office and tell me that they had left their cell phone in their car so that we could have a conversation without worrying about being tracked.
Yeah.
And I'm not a national security reporter in general. This story happened to be about the relationship between the CIA and the White House. And I said, you know, even by your standards, name redacted, this is a little paranoid. He said, absolutely not paranoid. Their level of control freakishness is off the charts.
There's a guy in our office who has his kid who plays on a soccer team next to somebody who works for the government, and he was standing and talking to the father, and the father said, I'm sorry, I have to walk away. If we talk anymore, I have to report it to my boss. I am not making this up. That is a scary thing.
And we could talk about another little example. You mentioned Twitter, which is how the White House uses Twitter in a way to follow reporters.
Why don't you do that, and then we're going to open it up for questions momentarily. So, but go ahead.
It's self-interested, but after this, I'm giving you homework. Go look up when the White House hates your tweet. It's a piece I wrote detailing how they look at Twitter as a kind of an early warning mechanism to see what we were talking about, to watch how different reporters who are influential on different topics shape the whole press corps' perception of a story and drive it, and how they share it up the chain inside the White House, how it's replaced traditional newspaper clippings. It's a real-time early warning system for them.
But I think it goes both ways. I mean, it's really
I'm not saying this is bad.
right?
I'm not saying this is bad. I think it's smart.
And it is smart because Twitter is becoming a national assignment editor in a lot of ways, right? It is what is setting the narrative. It is what every reporter is plugged into to figure out what the narratives are. My voters aren't paying any attention to it, but the echo chamber is.
And it's a wonderful way to get an answer to a question that you can't seem to get answered in a briefing. You just say, what the heck is the president doing about X? I can't believe it. And you get a phone call or an email saying, whoa.
Good. Well, I was going to ask you what can be done to improve things, but I suspect you don't have an answer to that. So why don't we open it up? We'll open it up to questions. There are microphones, and welcome any and all questions. And put these guys on the spot. Not me, but put them on the spot. Please.
Good morning. Management comes from the top usually, but how much of this is being driven, say, by President Obama or by just how the infrastructure of the White House is changing? And with that, could you consider what a Hillary Clinton administration might be like at her relations with the media? And I'm not even going to go with Donald Trump unless you want to address that as well.
Sure.
Well, let me talk about it generationally. The direction does come from the top, and Olivia knows this well. Every time there's a new administration, there are a bunch of very young people who come in with the administration, and most of them are full of the idea that they've just been elected to the biggest office in the world, and there's a lot of hubris. And a lot of the policy gets set at a time when people are feeling like, whoa, 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 you know. George Stephanopoulos, now for ABC, who, you know, gets a lot of attention for grilling Donald Trump on something, when he ran the press office and showed up for the Clinton administration, he started closing the door to the press office and telling the reporters that they couldn't come into the press office. So, you know, there's an attitudinal thing that crosses party lines and is absolutely common in every single White House, and everything trickles down from there. That the line gets set that, you know, somewhere slightly better than whatever we do here is none of your damn business becomes the line, and we'll tell you what you need to know. And then that becomes something that's implemented out into the agencies, and it doesn't matter what the party is. So, you know, whomever gets elected in January, inaugurated in January, is going to be tighter about this than this administration, which was tighter than the Bush administration, which was tighter than the Clinton administration. Just
what about Hillary Clinton? What's your sense of that?
I think they're very private. What about you?
I'll leave.
I mean, I can point out that she hasn't given the Washington Post an interview since in the last 18 months.
Yeah.
So not one. On the other hand, we get Donald Trump on the phone all the time.
Right.
And he says he hates us. We're scum. We're disgusting. We're lowlives. We're sleaze and whatever. But he's happy to speak with us. So
stop calling. But she has started calling in the talk shows more.
He must like hanging out with people like that. You know.
Who could resist you, Mark?
He couldn't resist us.
I can talk about Hillary Clinton in the context of the last campaign and what I saw. In 2008. The press office on that campaign made a decision very early on to be very controlling of the interactions. That did not work so well for her.
No.
I was her traveling press secretary after New Hampshire through the end. And we started putting her with the press a little bit more. We started bringing her to the back of the plane. We started bringing her down to the hotel bar where all the reporters were hanging out at the end of the night. Sometimes it was on the record, sometimes it was off the record. Sometimes it was just to connect on a human level. It was dramatic to me. It was too late in the cycle of the campaign, but it's dramatic to me how much the coverage shifted. I'm not saying that she started getting a bunch of puff pieces, but it was much less, we were starting every piece with less hostility between both sides. Because, and this is a problem, I think, in the social media era generally, both at the principal reporter level, at the staff level, is we're losing that human interaction too much and the relationships that are so important. I mean, when we arrived here yesterday, I watched the two of you greet each other, right? You could tell that these were two people who spent a lot of time together during the course of the Bush administration, and that relationship is important. And too often we're losing that relationship because, you know, there are reporters who I dealt with when I was at the DNC who I might never have met. I know who they are from their Twitter avatars, right? We're moving to that area where relationship, and that's the one thing I would urge my friends who are with the secretary now, and if she's successful moving forward, is she's very good when she actually develops a relationship with someone. They don't need to hide her from the press because she can actually hold her own, I think, very well. And she's very likable when you get to know her. And so let the press get to know her a little bit better. I think it might, again, not change the scrutiny, but just change the starting point of the discussion just a little bit.
Yeah. So the answer to Marty's question about how we make things better evidently is more alcohol.
Or what?
That's more alcohol, more socializing, more, you know.
But that's true in every aspect of life.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
I knew.
But as Homer Simpson says,
it was not the answer I expected for how to improve things, but I think it's a good one actually. So we have another question here.
How do you balance competition versus manipulation? When Donald Trump can call into a morning show and via phone say whatever he wants, at what point does a news organization say, we're not going to do that? Now, there are analogs in all of your various segments. Donald Trump is the elephant in the press's room right now. And what do you do about unfiltered competition?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Well, one thing I wish people would do when he does make those calls, even if they have him on, is actually know their subjects and ask follow-up questions. So when he makes claims, such as I opposed the Iraq War right from the beginning, and it turns out that's not true, he didn't, he supported it, that somebody can call him on that and they can actually quote the actual facts and point that out to him and have him contend with that.
Yeah, but you put your finger on it, right? That covering Donald Trump isn't handing him a microphone. That's not covering him, right? You know, we're supposed to leave we're supposed to put things in context and offer the kind of analysis that Marty just described. To the extent that we've done a bad job of covering him, it's that people have defined coverage as we're going to show an empty podium in hopes that he arrives soon for an hour. We had a really interesting news cycle recently in which people covered Donald Trump without him. Right, and it was the stuff of the veterans' donations, where the Post and the AP dug into that stuff, and they didn't need him. And they didn't need him.
Yeah, the Post did a great.
They didn't need him, and finally, the Trump campaign's approach of not answering any questions burned them, and not having a relationship with the press burned them. But we saw, and it clearly drove him nuts. I mean, he handled it, as Mo will tell you, very, very capably, but with that crazy press conference where he, called us all sleaze and terrible. But it was a very interesting news cycle for me, because to me it was, no, this is actually coverage. Did he, in fact, raise this money? Did they get it? I don't need him to call me on the phone. I don't need that. He's already made these claims. We're going to assess them now. And I think you're seeing a little bit more of that now. There was a CNN Chiron yesterday after he called in and said that he'd opposed the Iraq War. And the Chiron was something like, Trump says he didn't support the Iraq War, parentheses, he did.
There's Japan and nukes.
Oh, Japan, I'm sorry, you're right. It was Donald Trump says he never said Japan should get nukes, parentheses, he did. I've never seen that on a Chiron before, but I welcome it.
Yeah. People ask me on the Trump point of him calling into the shows, nobody ever saw anybody call in to meet the press before, and he does that, is the media complicit in just putting him on, and should the Clinton campaign have her dial in after he dials? It's an interesting
But she did.
time.
2 days ago, she dialed into CNN, right, and did a phone interview there.
And
I think he's changing the tactical rules of the game quite a bit, and the media is complicit. And look, there's an inherent tension, and you all probably could speak to this far better than I could, but inherent tension within the media side of this equation between responsible journalism and good business practices, right? And sometimes they are incompatible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a problem sometimes having him on the phone. I mean, we did this whole story about him acting as his own press spokesman, pretending to be his own press spokesman. And we were talking to him about something else, and then the reporter finally, after the long interview, said, "Did you ever employ a spokesman by the name of John Miller?" And the line went dead. So we called back. And she said, "Oh, wow, you must have got disconnected. I don't know how that happened. He's not available right now." This is a problem when you're doing a telephone interview. But we need to make sure that the candidates are in positions where people can ask questions and where the candidate is forced to answer the question. I think first was over here. So,
my question is sort of similar. We're seeing round-the-clock coverage by the cables. I mean, anytime on the campaign. And I wonder if a lot of times it's, as Olivia says, it's, looking at the empty podium waiting for Trump to appear, or it's dueling panelists where you get one side versus the other side giving talking points of the day. So I'm wondering if it's a whole lot more coverage, if you can call it coverage, but are the cables dumbing down the coverage for us in this election campaign? I mean, we're seeing more than we've ever seen before, but is there do you think going into the general election going to be some sort of a shift here where we're going to get more serious journalism from the cables? And also, your impression of their coverage so far, I'd be curious to hear about that.
That's Carolyn Barta, a fantastic political reporter in her own right, asking 13 questions in one.
Who's going to answer that one?
Well, I think cable news operations are successful because audiences watch them, so they're serving a need. And I think the mistake might be for us to assume that all media is alike and that all coverage must be alike. It's back to the point we've been making earlier in this conversation. There has to be a menu for people to choose from. And I think certainly a lot of the work that the Post and the AP and the Times and other news organizations, Yahoo, are doing to put serious material before readers and viewers in an interesting way doesn't mean that there can't be other stuff that appeals to different kinds of readers. I can't watch many hours of it because it's fairly repetitive, but that seems to be a system that works for them. And, you know, I don't think I'm in a position to say they shouldn't have a successful business.
Are the cable networks just constitutionally incapable of changing their ways?
Well, but that's a question about viewers. Why would they change if it's working? If the viewers want what they're giving them, why would they change? Because, you know, a few of us up here think that they should.
And this is what I was talking about earlier with the inherent tension between, you know, the desire to do smart journalism that's a public service and getting the ratings or getting the clicks, right?
Let me go to this question here.
So I'd like to answer a question and ask a question, if I may. Marty, you said, you asked whether the public cares about the source, and yes, I do. And I think about the good people on your team. I read Eli Saslow and Joel Achenbach's reporting because I find it thoughtful and analytical, and there's historical analysis. And I remember reading the day after the Eric Garner case, Eugene Robinson's piece, and it resonated not just because it reflected my worldview, but because it set a context. And my question is, we've talked about the nature of the relationship between the presidency and the press as a dialectic, and I think that's an important and a necessary dialectic. I do worry, though, that it's moving towards antagonism. And so I'd like to ask, going forward, does that hurt your feelings, or how do you see that evolving?
What do you mean by antagonism?
Well, just the way in which, you know, MSM, mainstream media, is now the punchline. It's that you're inherently biased because you're the press. And I find that troublesome.
I'd love to find the person who convinced the public that the word biased means, I didn't like that story. It's really infuriating. It's a word that gets thrown around without much attention. Look, it's hard because a couple of years ago I did a series on big donors being nominated for ambassadorships for which they were eminently unqualified. My reporting ended up killing one of the nominations. But one pivotal moment in this series that I did, a story got a lot of comments, like more than Yahoo generates a lot of traffic, we get a lot of comments. But even by our standards, this was way more than I thought I would see. And so I thought I triumph of optimism over experience. I waded into the comments section. Don't ever read the comments. No one has ever gone into the comments section to say, that was a perfectly adequate B+ story. And the number one comment, the one that most people had liked, had moved up the chain, the number one most approved comment was, this is crap. If Knox were a real reporter, he'd be writing about big donors getting ambassadorship nominations.
We have one last question, and we'll have to be quick about it. So,
just a comment. Why don't politicians and reporters take a speech course in college? I always hear a lot of, I hear a lot of that from Bill O'Reilly. I hear a lot from President Obama. I hear a lot from the gentleman on the right over here. They ought to continually consider what they're about ready to say and not fill in the gaps with It's almost like a football player being interviewed.
Well, I think we just got a big from the audience.
I knew I should have cut it off.
I always thought that was the filter for what we really wanted to say.
I'm an offender, so I apologize for the uhs. In any event, we're done. Thank you very much.
All right.
I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our outstanding group of panelists in our first session. We will now take a short break. Please return to your seats soon, as our program will resume promptly at 10:45. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome the Executive Director of the Lyndon B. Johnson Foundation, Amy Barbie.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We have a very exciting panel ahead of us, but first I just want to say on behalf of the LBJ Foundation and the LBJ Presidential Library, what a pleasure it is to be a partner in this incredible opportunity to celebrate the Pulitzer Prize Centennial. So thank you, and thank you to Kevin and her team. It is an amazing event, and we welcome you all here, and I'm glad you're here. It's going to be a treat. And it's very appropriate for me, I believe, to introduce the next panel, which is the Presidents in Poverty, the Fight That Never Ends. LBJ's war on poverty was one of the cornerstones of his administration. And Medicare, Medicaid, excuse me, my pages are sticking together, must be the rain, Head Start, Job Corps, and more. Unfortunately, it is a fight that never ends, and it is my privilege to introduce our panelists and moderator. Eli Salslow is a national reporter for the Washington Post. In 2014, he won the Pulitzer Prize for his nuanced reporting on the prevalence of food stamps in post-recession America and issues of poverty and dependency. He's also the author of 10 Letters, The Stories Americans Tell Their Presidents, in which Mr. Salslow created vivid portraits of the lives of 10 citizens who corresponded with President Obama about their personal struggles with everything from health care to immigration to war. Sharon Grigsby directed the Dallas Morning News Project that won the Pulitzer Prize for editorial writing in 2010. This ongoing project, called Bridging Dallas's North-South Gap, has focused since its launch in 2007 on innovative ways to lift up the southern half of the Dallas region. And this region is larger than the city of Atlanta. And this is after generations of systemic neglect. Prior to joining the editorial board in 2004, Ms. Grigsby was an editor on the national desk and directed local news, features, and religion coverage. John Bridgeland is the founder and CEO of Civic Enterprises and co-chair of the Service Year Alliance of the Aspen Institute to make a year of national service a common expectation for all 18 and 19-year-olds. He's also co-convener of Grad Nation, aimed at achieving a U.S. high school graduation rate of 90% by 2020, and vice chair of Malaria No More. Mr. Bridgeland served in the Bush administration as the director of Domestic Policy Council and U.S. Freedom Corps. Mark K. Uptergrove, my cohort in everything LBJ, is the director of the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin, Texas, and the author of 4 books on the presidency, with more to come, an analyst for the ABC News on matters related to U.S. politics and the presidency, and Mark has and continues to write for countless publications. Our moderator, Eugene Robinson, is a columnist and former assistant managing editor of the Washington Post. He won the 2009 Pulitzer Prize for his commentary for his columns on national politics and the election of President Barack Obama. Earlier in his career, he covered the trials of publishing heiress Patty Hearst for the San Francisco Chronicle and served as a foreign correspondent in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and London. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator for Presidents in Poverty, the Fight That Never Ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Thanks everyone for turning out. For the President's End Poverty, it really is the fight that seems never to end. And you know, it's hard to pick the starting point, but I thought we would begin, Mark, since you're the director of the LBJ Library. Let's begin with LBJ, who the president, certainly in my lifetime, I most associate with the war on poverty, simply because he launched the war on poverty. So just to kind of set the stage, Mark, tell us a bit about the war on poverty and about President Johnson and how this came to be so important to him and what he was trying to do.
Sure, Gene. Like our panelists last night, I'm a presidential biographer, although I've not won a Pulitzer. That's a hint.
Depends on how you do. I know people, but
I was telling John earlier today, when you look at presidents and their backgrounds, you try to find a crucible. You try to find a turning point in their lives. And you do that as a storyteller. It's sort of cinematic. And with Theodore Roosevelt, for instance, his wife and mother die on the same day. And Franklin Roosevelt gets polio. And John F. Kennedy goes to war. And you find these moments. For Lyndon Johnson, it came between his junior and senior years in college when he left what is now Texas State University in order to earn the money to go back and finish his college education. And he goes and teaches at a small Mexican-American school in south central Texas, in Cotulla, Texas. And he sees through the eyes of these Mexican-American children poverty and bigotry and hatred for the first time in his life. He grew up in Central Texas. Gene, you were talking about growing up in the segregated South, and yeah. Johnson grew up in Johnson City, Texas, a small town, but he hadn't seen the plight of people of color until he goes to Cotulla, and it has a searing effect on his mind and his imagination. So he goes to Washington during the Depression, and he sees what government can do to lift up the poor and downtrodden. And when he becomes president, he knows how power works, and he doesn't forget those Mexican-American school kids. So his first year in the White House after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he aims squarely at the eradication of poverty. In his first State of the Union address, he declares unconditional war on poverty in our country. And it's a remarkable thing, because here's this man who spent almost his whole adult life toward the acquisition of power, but yet hasn't earned the presidency in his own right. And he's willing to talk about an issue, to bring front and center an issue that is no more prominent, was no more prominent then than it is in today's America. And so his policies aim to really level the playing field. And he initiates this war on poverty at a time when between 1/5 and 1/4 of all Americans are living below the poverty line. And while we look, many scholars look at the war on poverty itself and the laws that fall under that sort of, in that category, you have to look at the panoply of Great Society programs, because so many of them are deceptively about poverty, although not ostensibly. For instance, Medicare, which Amy mentioned earlier. Nearly 1/3 of all Americans over 65 lived in poverty, unable to afford the most basic in health care. Voting rights was about ensuring that African Americans, 40% of whom lived under the poverty line, had a vote and could have politicians in their court making a difference on their account. On and on and on. All of those things really relate in so many ways to the eradication of poverty. I'll mention one thing, and that is that Ronald Reagan famously or infamously, depending on how you look at it, said in his 1987 State of the Union address, when he was talking about the dangers of big government. We had a war on poverty, poverty won. But in fact, if you really look at the statistics, the war on poverty was remarkably effective. We went from 22%, a poverty level of 22% to 13%. It would actually go down to 11% during Richard Nixon's administration using the policies of Johnson. So it really does indicate how we can make a concerted difference in eradicating an enormous problem, though I do think the rubric around the war on poverty was a problem because it's a war we can never truly win.
We can never truly win it. Why?
Well, you're never going to see poverty at 0% in a capitalist society, in my view.
You know, I took a brief tour through the figures too, and it's clear that the war on poverty did reduce the poverty rate by any measure quite substantially. It did go down to 11%. Then it started to creep up again, and so it's at least 16, 17% now. A little higher, a little lower by some measures. And you know, one of the reporters, frankly, in the world who's doing the best job, I think, of chronicling poverty today is Eli. So, you know, despite these decades of the war on poverty, and indeed, almost all the programs that were established in the war on poverty are still in effect. You know, food stamps and Medicare and Head Start and everything that was part of the suite of programs is basically still around. Despite that, there's a lot of poverty by some measures. Many people believe it's increasing. Tell us about your reporting. Tell us about what you see and what you experience.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of work in this niche of journalism where I go out and I spend a lot of time sort of embedded in people's lives as they're dealing with these issues. I mean, I go and I'll spend a week, 2 weeks, sometimes a month, sometimes more, just following them around through their lives to sort of get a sense of what it's like. And I think one of the things that's easy to sort of forget when we look at just the national data is that people who live in poverty feel really siloed in it. And in most cases, they really are. I mean, I just came back from reporting in this small town in Indiana. It's a town that for generations had been mostly middle class, 85% middle class, a factory town. People worked on the line. They made $18, $19, $20 an hour. Just 6 months ago, Carrier, a big air conditioning manufacturer, announced that they were closing basically the last good plant in this town. The last 800 good jobs were going. And this is a town now that has gone from being 85% middle class to being almost 45% poor. And that's not an uncommon story right now in America. For the first time ever, the percentage of the country that's middle class has dropped below 50%. It used to be 60, 65%. Now it's 49%. And some of those people have moved up. A lot of them have moved down. And many more feel on the edge of moving down. So poverty, or the threat of poverty, is a much more real thing for a lot of people in the country. And that's it affects finances, but I think we're beginning to understand more and more that it affects everything. I mean, psychology, health, the way people feel about hopefulness about their lives. The other statistic right now that always staggers me is that for the first time ever, more than half of Americans believe their children will be worse off than they will. It's a level of despair that I think affects so much of this conversation right now, and it's definitely something that I encounter on pretty much every reporting trip.
But when you go to places like that town in Indiana, tell us a bit more about the psychology. Tell us a bit more about the feeling that you get, because your stories certainly convey this almost a sense of hopelessness and a sort of almost lassitude and almost passivity in the face of circumstances that seem to be coming at people from all sorts of directions.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, I think, especially people who've lived in poverty for a long time, begin to feel disenfranchised and like there's no chance to improve things in their lives. And I think a lot of it is because there's a huge disconnect on both sides between the halls of power in Washington and the Oval Office and people who are living out in these parts of the country. And like President Johnson learned so much from spending 6 months of his life or more in having that experience, that doesn't happen nearly enough. And so oftentimes, certainly people who are poor or feel like they might become poor feel like the people who are in charge of solving those problems or fixing them have no idea what their lives are like. They don't know what it's like to be watching your cupboard thin toward the end of the month, to just be relying on sort of different kinds of social services all the time, and it makes it feel like to them there's no hope of a solution because the people in charge of solving it don't really understand the problem in the felt, day-to-day, sort of just slow, steady encroach of poverty kind of way.
You spend a lot of time on your stories and in bed with communities, and frankly, that's because the Washington Post is a newsroom that can afford to have a reporter do that. I'll tell you one thing that really concerns me just about this whole conversation and the nation's ability to have this conversation and the media's ability to facilitate this conversation or even bring up the subject is that so many of journalists in the media centers in Washington and in New York live in a bubble. Basically, a bubble of affluence, a bubble of education, a bubble that's removed from the daily lives of so many Americans. If you're successful in journalism in Washington, you're better than middle class. I mean, you're doing really well, and you better be because it costs so much to live there, and the city is gentrified to the extent where. You go to work and go home, and you don't have to see a single poor person. I mean, you really don't. If you used to. You used to have to come through the sort of riot corridor of Shaw, but that's all wine bars and furniture stores now, and some pretty decent restaurants. And I mean, literally, that's what it is. So if that's your commuting corridor now, you don't see any poor people. They've all been sort of pushed toward the periphery, into the corner of the city, down into Southeast, which is the next frontier of gentrification. And soon they'll kind of be shoved out into inner Prince George's County, and that's that's sort of, it's happening in Washington more than in most cities, but it's happening in other cities as well. And I think it makes a difference, frankly, because we don't see it, we don't think about it, we don't write about it. Sharon, you directed this project here in Dallas about the north-south divide. Tell us about the north-south divide in Dallas, what that means, and what it's made of. What its components.
The newspaper made a commitment 9 years ago now to focus a lot of attention on the southern half of our city, which historically has been underserved. It's been underreported on, including by our own newspaper. And to break myths about this part of town, to try to better explain what this part of town needs, really to be the voice and the advocate for an area that has traditionally been ignored. And I've had the privilege to direct that project since we started in 2007. It's an editorial project, and we try to be very solution-based. When I was preparing for this, anyone who really knows me will tell you I'm very, very idealistic, and you have to be to do this project because poverty, and Eli explained it really well, it's like this grinding, relentless problem that we aren't ever going to solve, I don't believe, but we can keep working toward that. And I was struck by all the outrage about this I'm an animal lover myself, but about this silverback gorilla who was killed at the Cincinnati Zoo. And the outrage and the noise about that was so huge. And I thought to myself, because I was thinking about poverty at the same time, if just a fraction of that outrage and that call to action could be focused on like the kids in your community who are going to bed hungry tonight, that we might be on our way to actually solving something. And that is idealistic, but I think it's something as an editorial department that we have to stay focused on if we're going to truly try to help people and try to help them tell their stories and help them really get a leg up, get the government to quit ignoring them. A lot of times it's really specific issues. It's like which part of the city has grocery stores, which part of the city, as we've written a lot about, has what we call loose dog chaos. It's about whether you can call 311 and get a problem taken care of quickly, which is the case in northern Dallas, or whether the illegal dumping that's next door to you is going to sit there for a year or more. It can be something just as pernicious as how good your internet service is. But those are the kind of problems that, and again, Eli mentioned it, when you live in a part of town that's been ignored, that's been underserved, you just begin to be so beaten down by that. And the only way that that changes is for us to be that voice, exposing the problem and pushing for those solutions.
And when you shine a light on these problems, does it help?
It does. Our project is obviously very focused on Dallas, the city of Dallas. And part of it has been the myths we've broken down. And it's always important, I think, in these venues to note that it's not black and white. Southern Dallas is not all poor and northern Dallas all affluent. It's much more mixed, but there are many more pockets of poverty in southern Dallas. But whether it was what my former colleague and good friend Bill McKenzie wrote about in regard to group homes, these are halfway houses of sorts, and they tend to be more in southern Dallas. And Bill wrote extensively about those, and city ordinances changed. Another of my colleagues wrote quite a bit about payday lending, and that led, because of Jim Mitchell's writing, to ordinances being changed locally. Most recently, I've focused a lot of attention on the loose dog problem and the quality of life that creates, the challenges for people who can't walk, they can't run, they can't let their kids go to school alone. And that's caused some shakeups and may well have contributed to some changes at City Hall that have just happened this past week. So you just have to keep pushing.
So there is hope. Okay. Well, that's it's great to have optimistic notes in an otherwise dour conversation about terrible problems. But John Bridgeland, I want to. You worked in the Bush administration, and I want to go back into the Oval Office for a second. One of the anybody who reads my column knows that I had a few problems with George W. Bush as president. But one thing I never doubted was a certain sort of compassion toward the poor and interest in poverty, and a sense that he had a responsibility toward the social fabric in that, and trying to knit it more closely together in that way. Is that an accurate reading? Tell me about looking at poverty from in a modern age, not in the LBJ era, but in the Bush era, a time of certainly not unlimited resources, and with a Republican mindset, Republican values.
Let me say first, it's interesting, people think that leaders from different parties and administrations don't work together, but Joe Califano of the Johnson administration actually invented the job that I held. And so, because no one trains you for these jobs, the first person I called was Joe Califano, and we became very good friends since. And he said, you know, we led a war on poverty with 5 people. You have 10 times the resources. You know, what will you be able to do? And they really, Joe Califano and Sergeant Shriver were extraordinary men who had an extraordinary vision. George Bush, you're right, when I saw him on the campaign trail, the first day I met him, it was his first major public policy speech. It was called The Duty of Hope in Indianapolis. And I was asked to moderate an event in Cincinnati. Formerly, it was a crack house, and it had been converted into an interfaith center to help prevent and treat substance abuse. Mm-hmm. And when I picked him up at the airport, he was hot with questions. Does this faith-based center receive federal funding? Yes, it does, Governor. Does it discriminate against beneficiaries? No, it does not, Governor. Does it provide choice and a secular counterpart? Yes, Governor. He was very attuned to the issue, the role of government, limited but effective, in supporting what he had seen when he was governor in Texas, these faith-based and community-based healers at the neighborhood level. Whenever you briefed President Bush in the Oval Office, he'd have basically 4 questions. What's the evidence that this program works? What's the goal and what are the strategies to implement that goal or those goals? Who's going to run this program? And I'd say, well, the assistant deputy secretary for, and no, what's the name of that person? And I want them sitting right here to look them in the eye for purposes of the major programs. And finally, how are we going to be accountable for results? So the president and the administration did have a comprehensive compassion agenda. It was driven strongly by what the evidence showed. For example, the food stamp program started under the Johnson administration not only provides access to healthy and nutritious food, we actually learned that because of a longitudinal study that was enabled because the program is rolled out in different parts of the country at different times, that those who actually had access to food stamps had an 18 percentage point higher rate of high school graduation rates, which brought a lot of Republicans into the fold, that this wasn't just about a safety net, but a springboard to opportunity and prosperity. I think the boldest move, though, that the president did during his administration with no domestic constituency was he started the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief and the president's malaria initiative, and with a Republican Congress that was resistant to foreign aid, literally proposed to spend billions and billions of dollars. And just yesterday, we did the latest calculation, and 5.8 million lives have been saved from malaria in sub-Saharan Africa since he launched PMI in 2005.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was extraordinary, and I got a chance to tell him last night, actually, since I've told him so many times in print, you know, what a ridiculous political figure he was. I got to tell him that this was like one of the best things any president ever did, was PEPFAR and his initiative for Southern Africa, and it saved millions of lives. There's not a lot of presidents.
And if I may, Gina, like Johnson's war on poverty, a great act of political courage.
Yeah, it was nothing in it for him.
Because right, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
There's absolutely nothing in it for him. My late colleague, Bill Raspberry, when he retired, the columnist for the Washington Post, when he retired from his column, Pulitzer Prize winner, he wanted to do something to give back to the small Mississippi community where he was born. Very small, overwhelmingly black, very poor community. And so he started a program called, I believe, called Baby Steps. And he did his research, he did his reporting, and his conclusion was that the biggest bang for the buck he could have was in early childhood education. And so that's how we structured the program, and he started setting it up, and he discovered, he ran into some unexpected circumstances. He discovered that it wasn't enough to instruct parents in how to read to their young children in order to get them ready to read, because in many households there were no adults who could really competently do that in a way that really helped the children. So he found he needed a physical setting where children from those households could go. He also found he had to do a much more extensive assessment of the needs of every household than he thought he needed to do. Then he found that there were health issues that had to be addressed in families and among the children themselves. So he ended up adding a health component to the program, and it kept adding components left and right. Now, he was Bill Raspberry, famous columnist, and so he could call up foundations. I think the Kellogg Foundation gave him a lot of money. Other foundations responded because they would answer his phone calls, and he knew how to write grants and everything like that, and so he managed to raise. But it took large sums of money for a very small community, and it had it certainly had impact, but to think of replicating that nationwide is daunting. So, is the solution really, is anything big enough to attack poverty except government? Can it be done through 1,000 points of light, as an earlier Bush once proposed? What do you think, Mark?
I'm going to defer to the experts who know far more about what, in particular, John. I think this is not only your area of expertise.
So it was interesting. I had the privilege of being the only Republican on the White House Council for Community Solutions for President Obama. And they used to joke that I would get excluded from all the good parties, which I guess I did. But I did have the opportunity to go into 41 communities across the United States, where the president charged us to look at these collective impact models, to your point, Gene, which is that the government right now has 339 federal programs through 12 departments and agencies that spend $224 billion a year to help the 15 million young people at risk of not reaching productive adulthood and their low-income families. That's a lot of money. And you don't have to just be a Bill Raspberry in order to marshal that energy at the community level. So in 41 communities, we saw these models where from nurse-family partnerships, where the nurses go into the homes of first-time expectant mothers, and they're trained in the health care of the baby and their own wellness and nutrition, but also sustainable employability. The outcomes are stunning, all the way through the employment of these opportunity youth, the 6.7 million young people in the United States who are 16 to 24 and are completely disconnected from school and work, and they cost taxpayers $93 billion a year if you're not compelled by the moral case for reconnecting them. Yeah. These collective impact models are working. Businesses, nonprofits, school districts, local, state government, and then looking what are the federal funding streams that can be used more effectively and efficiently to actually help those in need on the ground. And it was, the country's actually mobilizing to help these opportunity youth. And we've reduced by about 1 million those who've been disconnected under President Obama's leadership.
What about the fact that economic dislocations, the very slow and to many people imperceptible pace of the recovery, the collapse and disappearance of the manufacturing sector in many parts of it. The things that hollow out the towns that you spend a lot of time in, Eli, seem to be adding people to the ranks of the poor, including people who don't, who frankly have no experience at being poor. I mean, what is that something you see?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, a couple thoughts. One is that in a lot of these communities now, we have sort of two levels of dependency. One is that people in these communities are dependent, largely on the food stamp program, which has grown into a $80 billion a year program that nearly 50 million Americans rely on, and a huge percentage of children. So it's those people need that food stamp money on the first of the month, but also in a town that is itself broke, where 40 or 50% of residents are receiving food stamps, the entire town is dependent on that once a month surge of federal money that comes into the town. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in these towns on the first of the month, which, depending on the state, is often when everybody receives their SNAP benefits, their food stamp benefits, and it's like a one-time economic surplus, like boom, just stimulus charge into those towns. And I was in a town, Woonsocket, Rhode Island, where on the first of the month, on the bank marquee, they would roll like the sign on the marquee that said like, enjoy the first of the month, happy shopping. And grocery stores that would sell maybe $1,000 in product on the last day of the month would sell $15,000 in product on the first day of the month. And they would hire extra people to come in and work in the first week of the month because that's when that money gets spent. So you have this new sort of cycle in the economy where so many people are dependent on that money. Going back just really quickly to thinking about I think it's really easy to get discouraged when you start a program and you realize, it doesn't fix everything. Like poverty is huge, and it comes at you in all different kinds of ways. And I've spent a lot of time writing about, President Obama. Even the government puts a lot of money and resources into trying to solve this, but no one problem solves everything. The president put a bunch of money into a fatherhood initiative, which was an idea basically to take fathers in low-income areas and teach them how to help their kids, in addition to a bunch of other stuff. So I went and spent a bunch of time in Milwaukee, where I was with this guy named Paul Gale, who signed up for this class. It was basically like 17 lessons on improving your child's life, and the lessons were great. The program was great, but when Paul left there, he still went back with his newborn daughter to the corner store where they knew him because every day he bought the Daddy Paul special, which was 1 cigarette and 1 Pamper for 75 cents, just exchanged over the counter. And in that neighborhood where he lived, compared to the next county over, just by being born there, his daughter had like a 15 times higher chance to die in childbirth than the next county over. An 18 times higher chance to be arrested, a 22 times higher chance to be poor. So I think it's really easy from a policy standpoint to look at that and feel like this is totally not fixable. And it's true that one fatherhood initiative isn't going to fix it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't help with some of those things.
So it has to be incremental then. I mean, Sharon,
It has to be yes and is what I think it all comes down to. Because Eli's right, no one program is ever going to do it all. But what you were referencing earlier is really about flooding the zone. The Harlem Children's Network does it really well. We see it in Dallas, where the mayor has a new program in which a number of different top dogs with the school district, with the county government, with social services are all sitting on a board of sorts, and they've hired a general manager with private funding into 3 key neighborhoods. And it's to break through a lot of the red tape that makes it so, that contributes to you being poor. I mean, we've all read these stories. It is just so much more difficult to live when you're poor. I mean, everything from transportation to health care to getting your news, everything. And so you've got all sorts of flooding the zone efforts here in Dallas. This one I just referenced, which is part of the Grow South effort. We see it in the schools, where we've got some of the empty schools in Dallas are being converted into like full service facilities where you can get everything from job training to health care. City Square does something similar, which is called, it's an opportunity center. And I think all of those programs lift up what the government's doing and sort of help educate everybody about the problem. I think the biggest issue, and again, I speak specifically to Dallas, is that I really feel we still as a city want to put our money into big projects, big shiny things, and those are important, and those are part of what makes Dallas a really great place to live. But the problems like loose dogs or like living in a food desert, those aren't nearly as easy to fix, and so it's a lot easier for people to just like say, oh, I'm going to contribute my money to this. And it's just a matter of, I mean, I know it sounds like, again, perhaps naive, but rallying people to want to make everything better.
But if I may, the way this conference is about the presidency, the best way to do that, the best way to generate awareness about the problem, the best way to focus a spotlight on it is through the bully pulpit, the presidency. The president has a platform, has a means of getting a message out. If our next president, whoever he or she is, can make it a moral crusade. I mean, Johnson, when LBJ took the presidency, I mentioned in his first year after taking over for the slain John F. Kennedy, launched the war on poverty. He also used the martyrdom of Kennedy's assassination to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964, knowing that he would do so potentially at his political peril. And one of his aides asked him, well, listen, why don't you earn the presidency in your own right? And then try to pass the Civil Rights Act in 1965. And Johnson looks at him and says, what the hell's the presidency for? You know, if you can't do something to gain momentum on the issues that matter, then what's this office for? And so I really think that there's nobody who can do more about poverty than the president.
So let's, go ahead.
I'd add to that. It's interesting. I would say moral cause and suasion with evidence and data. You know, the mantra on, if you go to the American Enterprise Institute or Brookings or Jack Kemp or across the political spectrum is, if you graduate high school, wait to have a child until you're married, and get a job by the age of 21, your chances of living in poverty in the United States are 2%. If you do none of those things, your chances of living in poverty in the United States are 78%. And so interestingly, 4 US presidents using the bully pulpit set the same goal of a high school graduation rate of 90%. But it was only when, and this is sort of the Joe Califano's advice to us was like, get outside of the bubble. It's hard, but do what Eli and Sharon do, which is like, what's the reality on the ground?
Yeah.
So we did a national cross-sample survey of high school dropouts. And because of their voice and their perspective and what they told us, it had huge implications for public policy. And then Time covered it, and Oprah Winfrey, and it kind of awakened the nation that most of these young people that the country were viewing as problems to be solved were actually potential to be fulfilled, and the vast majority could make it. And that 50% of the dropouts were found in just 15% of the schools in the United States, enabling like a targeted, fixable, it was like a classic engineering problem. You could actually fix it in those 15% of places in the country. And over the last decade, because of this public-private partnership, 2 million more students have graduated from high school rather than dropping out. And it's kind of another hope spot that with good data, with good leadership, with good visibility of constituencies on the ground, we can actually mobilize communities to get the job done.
So let's talk for a minute about, since we're talking about the presidency, about, you know, there's this little campaign going on, and so we have 2 likely candidates, right? And for one candidate talks about poverty to a certain extent, but talks more about the middle class and about helping the middle class. That would be Hillary Clinton. The other candidate, I think his solution, and I'm somewhat projecting here, but I think his solution would be to poverty would be for everyone to attend Trump University and become millionaires. And so we'd be a nation of millionaires, and we would win, and we would get tired of winning. Okay, we would win so much. Beautiful. Is anyone hopeful about the use of the bully pulpit in the way that you were talking, and about an actual dialogue about poverty?
I think the last presidential candidate, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, who actively campaigned for the presidency, talking about the need to eradicate poverty, was Bobby Kennedy in 1968. It's not a popular issue. So if frankly, from a political standpoint, talking about the expansion of the middle class is, and allowing for opportunity within the middle class is a smart way to go. I'm not sure it's a smart political tactic to talk about eradicating poverty, honestly. I'm speaking purely pragmatically, not as a moralist. But as a political tactician. So I don't know that that's normally something that we introduce into campaigns, and whether that's wise for them to do. It's what they're talking about is creating jobs, getting the economy moving again, getting the middle class to offering the middle class a more robust existence. And I think that's probably just smart campaigning. Once you gain the presidency, however, then your agenda can change. And you can focus on something, again, like poverty and make a real difference.
And I think that perhaps, especially in our soundbite campaigns, that poverty may not be a winning issue, but education absolutely is. Right. And education is one of those examples where, of course, everybody cares. Everybody's got a stake in it, and I think it is the single most determinant to whether you're going to be a member of, say, the working poor, or you're going to have a decent or better than decent existence. And one of the things that to me personally is so chilling about this campaign is that given, at least on the sound bites of Trump, his attitude about immigration in this country, and the fact that nonetheless the education of our minority students, particularly our Latina students, is probably the single biggest determinant in this country's future. And whether or not we're going to have a future. But I worry that we don't spend enough time, you don't hear time spent on how we're going to improve that. I mean, I think the Obama administration's done a good job, the new education secretary, on this whole issue of resegregation. And in Dallas, there's a lot of talk about breaking down resegregation and choice schools, and charters are coming in and doing some about that. But this is a really serious issue as the country becomes more Hispanic. And just like building a wall is not the education solution.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree.
And so what happens if Trump is our president?
Well, that's a whole nother panel.
But isn't that part of the poverty discussion?
Right, and I might not be allowed to live in this country anymore anyhow, so who knows? Yeah.
Well, so it's to your point, a majority of K through 12 students last year for the first time in history are minorities.
Yes, that's right.
And so we all as a country, I mean, we always had a stake in, the equal opportunity in our America's creed. But when you read Robert Putnam's book, Our Kids, and you see the residential sorting in these towns like Port Clinton, Ohio, it used to be that you had mixed income and you had young people who went, different backgrounds going to the same schools. And you could always say that the children were going to do better than their parents. You can't say that anymore. And Bob reported out of his fabulous tour around the country that there's almost no energy at the national level, to your point, to focus on this issue. But in communities all across the country, there are these organic efforts emerging to address it, and they're very hopeful. Last thing I'd say is Paul Ryan is, who a lot of people view as sort of the leader of the Republican Party today, is actually quietly going out with this guy Bob Woodson, who used to work with Jack Kemp, remember Empower America, and visiting programs in communities across the country that are helping the poor and needy. And I think he's starting to come forward with a lot of bipartisan energy around criminal justice reform and issues that will really matter in terms of moving the agenda.
I guess what I wonder, and I'd be really curious hearing about from you guys, because you know it so much better than I do, is I think part of this is spending time recently in Indiana. Like during campaigns, it's really the solutions to this stuff it's incredibly complex, right? If it were easy, we would have solved it. And especially in a campaign, and especially in the way our news cycle moves now, we don't have necessarily a big space for those complicated solutions-based conversations in a campaign. So what happens is it becomes a lot easier to mimic or pander or connect on sort of just an emotional level, which I think Trump has been highly successful at doing in places like rural Indiana, and saying, not necessarily proposing solutions, but saying, I identify with that feeling of being disenfranchised or angry or upset for whatever reason, and it works because that's an easier thing to connect with than, yes, that's a great policy on how we can fix minority education in the United States. So, I wonder in campaigns or even then in presidencies, how you use the bully pulpit to transition that conversation to a little bit more of a productive place.
Maybe we were too Boy Scout-like on the campaign, but we would never put Governor Bush out to an event where he would connect, with poor or vulnerable constituencies and actually not have a policy that he would announce.
Right.
And, not to
How
sound...
old-fashioned of you.
Yeah. Josh Bolton and I were
How
actually...
pre-Trump of you.
Yeah, we were... Well, I won't tell that anecdote.
Yeah.
But,
no, but I mean,
yeah.
you get
Right.
that point. Yeah, no, you would. You'd have a policy. That's what you used to do. You'd have a, you would believe in policy, first of all, because that was kind of why you were running, right? I mean, you wanted to make things better, and you believed the policy was the way to do it, and that it wasn't all about feeling and resentment and slogans, but maybe I'm being optimistic. One thing that everybody agrees on, right, is that if you had more robust economic growth, it would be a lot easier. Poverty would, at least by a certain extent, decrease on its own, and you'd certainly have resources to attack it and this and that. But you look at the economy in places like that town in Indiana or whatever, and there's so many people have fallen into the working poor. So many people, you can work full-time at Walmart and you could and still need food stamps. You can those good-paying manufacturing jobs don't exist anymore. I always think of Michelle Obama's family history. They came on the Great Migration. Her father, end up in Chicago. Her father gets a job, at the plant. Where he has job security and enough money to keep a roof over his family's head, send his kids to college so they can have a better life, and he has a pension when he retires, and that just sounds like a sort of long ago fairy tale these days. I mean, that's the way things used to be, but it's not the way they are now. So, in your travels, Eli, do you see a ray of hope anywhere? Do you come to any locality that's having these problems, that's hollowing out of the economy, that's actually where you actually see the roots of improvement or solutions?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think I oftentimes see the roots of what's being offered as solutions or temporary solutions. So, I'm not an economist, obviously, but if you look at sort of where jobs are growing the fastest in a lot of places in the country, it's service sector jobs, lower paying hourly work, and the healthcare industry obviously growing too. So I was in this town, Marietta, Ohio, for a while, writing about the town it had been a factory town. It realized that wasn't going to work anymore, so they were trying to transition their workforce into healthcare. And they talked about this as the opportunity point of the economy. Those were the words for it. And so, off I went sort of into these classrooms where workers were being retrained to go into the opportunity point of the economy. And what these former factory workers were being trained to do was be, home health aides, like really, really difficult jobs. Jobs where you might get paid a decent wage if you're lucky, $12, $13 an hour, maybe a little bit more than that. But you're taking care of people at the end of their lives. You're with people when they're sick. You're bathing them. You're cleaning them. And so even when people went off into those jobs, what happened is they stayed for a year at most, maybe less, and then they were back looking for another solution again. So, I think what a lot of people talk about in these towns at this point is that it's not necessarily that there aren't jobs. There might be jobs, but what there is in a huge volume right now is churn. Like just one job to the next, not a lot of security, and certainly not a lot of good union, good pension, stay here for 30 years and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question of Eli, both of you actually? Is there a sort of hope meter that you look at, a tangible measure of how hopeful or pessimistic the poor are now relative to other eras, other generations?
I mean, the one that always stands out for me is the one I mentioned about just the number of Americans now who think that their children will be worse off than they will. And, I think it's also really interesting in that people tend to find ways to be hopeful about their own lives. We have to, right? Like that's the way that we keep going and we think that things will be well. So often when I'm with people, they find a way to tell themselves that it'll be okay for me. And I think that's a really American thing. Like we find a way to sort of convince ourselves that like I can, no matter what the circumstances are, I have the ability, the initiative, the skills to sort of push through. But then when they look at their wider community, like the sort of number of people in their same situation is so overwhelming that their hope for the community getting out of it is much lower. That's my experience anyway.
And I think in Dallas, we, because the economy here for everyone is still so much better than in a lot of places in the nation, that you do find pockets of deep despair, but they're few and far between. I agree with Eli that a lot of times people manage to paint a situation that allows them to trudge on through each day. I was reminded by a really interesting program going on in Dallas that our newspaper is a part of. It's the Hispanic Family Network. And it's a program where we empowered a small group. We started with a small group of Hispanic parents, and they were taught a lot of social media skills, internet skills, but all with the idea of education, early childhood education, reading to your children. It's one of those things like the old-fashioned telephone tree, where they then educate other people, and they educate other people, and they educate other people. And I had the privilege of attending a number of these, and I don't speak Spanish, and so luckily there was a translator. But to see these, they were primarily women, come in. And they definitely, most of them, if not all, were the working poor. They would come in and they would be so sort of in themselves and downtrodden. And over the course of this year-long program, they just bloomed and they came in and were like really solution-oriented. Right. And they were networking solutions. And again, that's why a lot of what we've done, and certainly it doesn't solve the nation's poverty problem, but it's like you work from a base, and your base grows and it grows, and I think it's about force of will to some degree, and those women are probably the strongest helpers and mentors for other people in the community.
I want to mention, we're going to move to questions in a few minutes, so I wanted to give a warning for those who wanted to start making their way toward the microphones, perhaps. But there's one other subject I wanted to bring up, and I so wanted to end this on a cheery note, but it's not a cheery subject, I'm afraid, which is the heroin crisis and how that has moved from years ago when it was an urban black phenomenon to being basically a small town Rust Belt white phenomenon, not exclusively Rust Belt, but a smaller town phenomenon, a much wider phenomenon, suburban in some cases. And I wanted to, I guess, ask what impact you're seeing on the ground from that, and also whether that's becoming the essential sort of rich-poor dividing line in the country in a way. The cities that are in many ways thriving, and the smaller cities and towns that aren't doing so well.
I guess I can answer that first. Just super coincidentally, I came here last night. I'd been outside Detroit where I'm writing about a woman, 31-year-old heroin addict who's trying to find her way out of it. But so I've been thinking about this a lot and learning about it a lot. I mean, it started to get a lot of attention, but there have been a lot of studies recently about just really quickly escalating mortality rates, mostly for women, even worse for white women, even worse in rural areas. And a lot of people have studied why that's happening. And basically it's suicides are way up. What they call accidental poisonings, essentially drug overdoses are way up. Heroin overdoses are up, prescription pain pill overdoses are up, and nobody really can figure out why, but everybody's theory is the same, and it's basically that life has become really hard in these places. Opiates are way more available in terms of people prescribing them. We're good as like doctors in these communities at having conversations about physical pain. We're not as good at having conversations about psychological pain. So people who go to doctors and are in pain of some kind end up oftentimes being prescribed something. Then those prescriptions are hard to fill. They're expensive. Heroin is really cheap, at least at first, until your tolerance goes up and the addiction becomes really expensive. And it sends a lot of people who you would never imagine to be, drug addicts in that direction. So, I think that's one part of what's really fueled the crisis.
Great. Okay. We're gonna move to questions now. So there are two microphones there, and first of all, thanks, panelists, but you're not done yet. Let's start over here on the left.
Thank you for all of your thoughtful suggestions on how we can reduce poverty in our country. But in the light of what Mr. Epigrove said about you'll never eliminate it in a capitalist society, it made me feel like all of the things you said were just Band-Aids on it. Because the nature of our society is, our free market capitalist society is such that there'll always be winners and losers. But it does beg the further question that are there other countries, societies, economic models that have done a better job of reducing poverty? And if so, can we learn anything from them?
Well, there's certainly some that haven't. There's some that, look, you could look at the social democracies in the Scandinavian countries, and they have managed to produce a more even income distribution, and these days arguably are even producing more economic mobility in terms of the ability to rise. One idea that Lyndon Johnson spent a lot of time looking at, and that I've heard some buzz about recently, is guaranteed income. The premise being that the main problem poor people have is they don't have enough money, and there should be some kind of guaranteed income. The LBJ could never quite figure out how to get that passed. Joe Califano once told me that that LBJ kept sending him back to research it, and he'd come back with, well, we could do this, we could do that, and he said, no, we'll never get that through, and we'll never get that through. So he never tried to actually do it, but, you know.
I'd say just two quick things to the fabulous question. One, the earned income tax credit has been sort of a bipartisan policy lever that from, you know.
Which is kind of a guaranteed income by another name.
Exactly, which is by another name. But I think one thing we could learn from other countries like Germany and France and not adopting those systems, but there are 28 million jobs in the United States that require just a 1-year occupational certificate or a 2-year community college degree, not a 4-year college degree. When you look at college tuitions and all the crisis around affordability, I think a robust, comprehensive career and technical education system in the United States would really serve a lot of people who don't have access to opportunity and mobility, could do these jobs really well, but just need to be skilled up to do them. Would be a fabulous idea that we could import from Europe.
Another question?
Hi, I was a reporter in Kentucky at the end of the Clinton administration, and one of the things that stood out to me was his tour in the last year or so of extreme poverty. He came to Kentucky where the war on poverty began and spoke to people in downtown Hazard just about, hey, we haven't forgotten you. I think he went to a bunch of Native American reservations where the unemployment rates were 50, 60%. And I wanted to ask you two things, speaking of the presidency. Is the bully pulpit in those kinds of situations useful? It was tremendously moving. I think, you know, there wasn't anything in it for him, but it also didn't lead to any specific policies. And I'm just curious if that offers a window into the limitations of the bully pulpit.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
One of the things about Clinton, John just mentioned the earned income tax credit. That was passed during the Clinton administration, and it's something that he is very proud about, and he thinks it's the most underappreciated aspect of his legacy. But I think that even if no policy changes come out of a president using the megaphone to generate awareness about an issue, it does just that. And you can get people mobilized around a cause at a local level, as John was saying. And that can be an enormously effective way to attack a problem. It doesn't necessarily have to result in policy. So Clinton just going to rural areas to show that poverty still is pervasive in our country was an effective use of his time, in my opinion. I don't know what directly resulted from that tour. You would know better than me. But I think that, again, there's nobody who has a bigger megaphone, a bigger opportunity to generate awareness than the President of the United States.
I just had triumph and tragedy of the bully pulpit. Johnson announced the war on poverty on Tom Fletcher's front porch. And we actually went back to Kentucky recently in Martin County and Floyd County. The good news is that in Floyd County, which had the lowest performance among public schools in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, they're now in the top 5. And part of that was because of federal investment and federal programs. The sad part of the story is that, Tom Fletcher and his family, that front porch is still as it was, and they haven't really made it.
Wow.
And so there's also the dangers of the bully pulpit.
So I'm so glad that Sharon mentioned the Hispanic Families Network. That's the Dallas Morning News, SMU, and the Knight Foundation made the choice to proactively do something to fight poverty. So the Office of the Presidency being so powerful, the media also have that power. So how do you feel about journalism institutions being that proactive and taking their fight beyond without just using their pens?
That's a really great and complicated question that I could feel like I could talk for a really long time about, because it's something that I think about all the time as I do my job. Because when I'm when I'm going to these places and I'm spending time with people, I'm there to observe and to write about it honestly, with empathy, but mostly truthfully. And I'm not there as an advocate. And if I'm there as an advocate, that really confuses the relationship, right? Then when you read a story that I wrote, you know that it's coming from a particular point of view, or that I was there to help somebody, and it really cuts the value of the journalism. It sort of makes it worthless in that way. So, you know, on every single reporting trip, I'm in situations where just as another person, I feel, you know, I feel like I want to help, but that's not my job there. My job is to hope that I can write about it in a way that educates a lot of people about what that's like, and that they maybe have the ideas or the power or the resources then to help and know a little bit more about what the situation is. But it's a struggle, I think, for a lot of journalists.
And from an editorial board point of view, it's much easier because our job not only is to have a point of view, but very much to advocate for solutions. I do appreciate the problems sometimes that the newsroom runs into more, but it's one of the reasons that editorial pages are so important, whether you're an all-digital operation, regardless of what your medium of news is. I think nowadays it's not enough just to give people the news, but it's more important than ever to be that solution, that advocate. You know, we like to say that we're the advocate for the voiceless, but that's really what we do. And it allows us to get into areas more easily, like the Hispanic Families Network, that perhaps might be a little trickier for the newsroom. And also just, I mean, we also have portions of our news operation that are set up specifically for that, just as with the Knight Foundation.
Thank you. I'm struck that I've heard nothing this morning about birth control or population control. And of course, we know there's a correlation between early births, large families, particularly unmarried people, and poverty. And some of us in the environmental movement who feel that climate change is important feel that everyone's core problem long-term is too many people consuming too much. Is this just too hot and too unpopular? And it's not only poor people having a lot of children, but we look at Mitt Romney. I forget. He had 7 children, 9 children, whatever. And of course, Bobby Kennedy had a lot of kids too. But, you know, the early births are, of course, correlated with your high school dropouts and so forth. Mm-hmm. But I hear no discussion politically about birth control. Is this just too hot? Are we just reconciled to leaving the solution to Mother Nature?
Let me take this one as a columnist because I have strong feelings on everything you just said. Number one, teen birth rates are at an all-time low. So you're not hearing it discussed because the problem is being addressed, and in fact, it's being addressed very effectively through all races. Dramatic declines in teen birth rates. So that's good news for everybody. Second, I get really, really uncomfortable with the phrase population control. It makes me very uncomfortable when you talk about telling people how many children have.
Donald Trump has done well. He has a wall, and he's deporting 11 million people. So that
well, he can tell people whatever he wants. I'm saying what I tell people, and it makes me uncomfortable to tell people how to build and structure their families. And you know, there was the famous bet years ago between Paul Ehrlich and Julian Simon over what would happen to resources as population increase. And Paul Ehrlich was all doom and gloom about population increase, and so they bet about what would happen to the price and availability of various commodities and food and everything like that. Julian Simon, the conservative economist, and I'm not a very conservative person, but he was absolutely right on everything. In fact, the prices of these minerals and commodities and everything decreased, and the availability of food increased. There were specific reasons for that, and it doesn't necessarily mean that as population and world population and national population increases, that necessarily resources rise to increase. But in fact, that's what has happened. So I would maintain that population has not been the driver of the planet's problems, even the planet's environmental problems. I think it's, I think greed has more to do with it than population.
And of course, you've looked at climate change and global warming and what's
well, yes, you look at climate change and you look at global warming, and I've written a lot about that too. But anyhow, sir.
Hi, first a few acknowledgments. I wanted to thank the gentleman who reminded us of LBJ's history and learning to see the world through the eyes of Mexican American kids. And thank you, Sharon, for reminding us that Hispanic families are the future of this country, certainly the state of Texas and before the rest of the country. I see the world through the eyes of Mexican Americans. My father hitchhiked here from Mexico when he was 17 years old, and my children have graduated from the finest universities in the US and in Europe. So I have two questions. The first is, are we making a tacit assumption here that government and government programs are the solution to poverty? And the second is, why do not more journalists write about the success stories? Instead of writing about poverty, why don't we serve our own future by writing about the causes of wealth and what produces wealth and what produces economic upward mobility? Those are my two questions. And I'd just like to make an observation. As I look around this room, there are almost no Hispanic people here, and as I look at the program, there's not a single Hispanic voice on your stage. And come on, people.
Adelante, as you would like to say. Anybody want to jump in?
Well, it's a microcosm, but I'd say we have tried a lot to focus on the success stories. I think that is a big part of the Bridging Dallas's North-South Gap project. And I think that the idea of focusing more on how you build wealth and such is a great one, and one that we can all take to heart.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right that probably in the media, too many of the conversations about just Hispanics in the U.S. take place around immigration, mostly, poverty some. And I think we probably need to do a better job of chronicling the full experience. And a lot of that goes back to diversity in newsrooms. I mean, we need to do a better job of reflecting the people that we're writing about.
Very last question.
Okay, no pressure there. Okay. Well, my name is Frances Cudjoe Waters, and I write periodically. I'll blog for Huffington Post and The Root, but you sort of tagged into a little bit of what I wanted to mention today. I am concerned about the diversity in the newsroom issue, and you mentioned, I was looking around the room, other than you guys, I think I'm the only African American in the room, so it's interesting. But this is my question. On reporting on issues of poverty, I've noticed a distinct difference between how stories are reported based on the race of the people involved. So, I was born in South Bronx and went on to do other kinds of things and live here in Dallas now. But heroin's a great example. When we're talking about heroin in the suburbs, I've noticed that there's a very gentle way in which it's being addressed, and there's compassion shown when talking about drug issues when it affects sort of white middle-class communities. But when you're talking about urban communities, other kinds of words and names are used for the people who are involved. So I just noticed a distinct difference, and I wonder if there's a consciousness about how we address issues of poverty based on who the person is. I know as a former lawyer that the biggest determinant for how a verdict might come out, the race of the victim is really important, regardless of the facts. The race of the victim is really important. But are you aware of sort of how sometimes the tone of reporting is very different based on the communities that are being reported on or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly aware of that. I think any journalist who isn't aware of that is lying to themselves. It's I look like this, and my job is to sort of go as far as I can into different parts of mostly the country, whether it's, following a father who was just deported back to Mexico, or spending, and I think this is an answer that's going to seem too simple, but a huge part of it is just time. Like being willing as a journalist to spend as much time as you can in the place that you're writing about. And for me, in my kind of stories, not bringing, trying not to bring perspective to it, or opinion to it, or judgment to it, but writing about it through the people who are in the stories, writing about their lives and their experiences. Other people might be better at doing that than I am because of their own experiences. So I would advocate for as much of that kind of journalism as possible.
But yes, you're absolutely right, though. The tone of coverage of the mostly white rural and suburban heroin epidemic is completely different from the tone of the coverage of the earlier urban black heroin epidemic. And so what we need to do is we need to recognize that, and we need to use that lesson going forward. We can't go back and change the way the earlier heroin epidemic, but it absolutely should be in the front of our minds. It's completely different. There's much more sympathy for the characters, much more of an attempt to understand how they got there, what their lives are like, and to point the way out of the situation. And there was very little of that kind of reporting. And again, this was years ago. It doesn't excuse it, but it just means we can't change it. That's all. Thank you. You have been, I'm afraid that was the last question because we're getting our timer has reached 0. So thank you. Thank you so much for being a great audience. Thank you. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
Yes. I just want to say thank you again to all of our panelists and moderators. I just have a couple of quick comments before everybody leaves. Just to remind you that Steve Benson, the Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist, is still doing illustrations. Say hello to him and take a look. They're really fun. I saw some of them last night. And then to let you know about a couple of lunch options. You can purchase a gourmet box lunch for $15. They're available in the Institute lobby where you arrived. If you pre-purchased, your lunch will also be available in the lobby. And there are also going to be a couple of food trucks outside the entrance. And you can take that option. It's Ruthie's or Easy Slider. And then there'll be plenty of seats around the Institute for you to have your lunch. Most importantly, I want to please encourage you all to come back and be back in your seats at 1:30. The panels this afternoon are extremely dynamic. We want you to be a part of this, and it's going to be raining. So come back and stay with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the George Bush Presidential Library Foundation, Fred McClure.
Thank you. Welcome back to our program. I trust that everyone enjoyed their lunch and a little downtime, the lack of rain, perhaps an opportunity to meet some new people and to make some new friends and relationships. Friendly reminder to you as we go forward that we encourage you to share the exciting favorite moments that you're having from our program by using the hashtag Pulitzer100 on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. We return now for a minute to the tragic moment in our history that took place on November 22nd, 1963. A president was assassinated, a nation grieved, journalists scrambled to cover the shocking developments, and artists reflected. Please help me welcome Vijay Seshadri, whose collection of poems titled Three Sections won the Pulitzer Prize in 2014. He'll share with us his poem, The Disappearances, about a nation grieving. Vijay?
This is a poem about memory, and both public and private memory. I want to dedicate it to my mother, who came here in the late 50s and was devoted to the Kennedy family and revered them. The disappearances. Where was it one first heard of the truth? On a day like any other day, like yesterday or centuries before, in a town with the one remembered street, shaded by the buckeye and the sycamore, the street long and true as a theorem, the day like yesterday or the day before, the street you walked down centuries before, the story the same as the others flooding in from the cardinal points is, turning to take a good look at you. Every creature, intelligent or not, has disappeared. The humans, phosphorescent, the duplicating pets, the guppies and spaniels, the Woolworths turtle that cost 49 cents, with the soiled price tag half peeled on its shell. But from the look of things, it only just happened. The wheels of the upside-down tricycle are spinning. The swings are empty but swinging. And the shadow is still there, and there is the object that made it, riding the proximate atmosphere, oblong and illustrious above the dispeopled bedroom community, venting the memories of those it took, their corrosive human element. This is what you have to walk through to escape, transparent but alive as coal dust. This is what you have to hack through, bamboo tough and thickly clustered. The myths are somewhere else, but here are the meanings, and you have to breathe them in until they burn your throat and peck at your brain with their intoxicated teeth. This is you as seen by them from the corner of an eye. Was that the way you were always seen? This is you when the president died. The day is brilliant and cold. This is you poking a ground wasp's nest. This is you at the doorway unobserved, while your aunts and uncles keen over the body. This is your first river, your first planetarium, your first popsicle. The cold and brilliant day in 6-color prints, but the people on the screen are black and white. Your friend's mother is saying, "Hush, children. Don't you understand history is being made?" You do and you still do, made and made again. This is you as seen by them, and them as seen by you, and you as seen by you. In 5 dimensions, in 7, in 3 again, then 2, then reduced to a dimensionless point in a universe where the only constant is the speed of light. This is you at the speed of light.
Thank you, Jay. Our next panel is the right to know versus the responsibility to protect. How to tell the difference. Leonard Downey Jr. is the Weil Family Professor of Journalism at Arizona State University's Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication. He was executive editor of the Washington Post from 1991 to 2008. During his 17 years as executive editor of the Washington Post, the paper won 25 Pulitzer Prizes. Michael Hayden is a principal at the Chertoff Group, a premier global advisory firm. General Hayden served as the Director of Central Intelligence from 2006 to 2009, where he was responsible for overseeing all information concerning the plans, intentions, and capabilities of America's adversaries, producing timely analysis for decision makers, and conducting covert operations to thwart terrorists and other enemies of the United States. Jill Abramson is an author, lecturer, and teacher. She spent 17 years in the most senior editorial positions at the New York Times, where she was the first woman to serve as Washington bureau chief, managing editor, and executive editor. Before joining the Times, she was deputy Washington bureau chief and an investigative reporter covering money and politics at the Wall Street Journal for 9 years. Leon E. Panetta is the co-founder and chairman of the Panetta Institute for Public Policy and a former Secretary of Defense. Secretary Panetta's long and distinguished public service career has spanned the United States Army, the United States House of Representatives, the Office of Management and Budget, President Clinton's Chief of Staff, Director of Central Intelligence, and the 23rd Secretary of Defense. Steve Call, our moderator, is a staff writer at The New Yorker, the author of 7 books of nonfiction, and a 2-time winner of the Pulitzer Prize. He has been a reporter, foreign correspondent, senior editor, managing editor, and is currently the Dean of Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming our panelists and our moderator.
Thank you, Fred. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Really looking forward to this discussion. No one up here is congenitally shy, so I'm hoping that I'm inviting all of you to talk over your moderator, ignore your moderator, ask each other questions. We've got a lot of ground to cover and a lot of lively subjects. I think let's start with the basics, and then I think maybe toward the end of the conversation, I want to move into the world we're in now, the digital age, the age of social media, which creates a whole new set of questions looking ahead. But Jill, let me start with you. I think editorial decision-making, our colleagues in the audience know, it's a little bit like case law. You have certain principles behind you, certain standards, and then case by case, you try to apply them to complex facts and make good judgments. So when a reporter comes to you with a story that reveals sensitive national security information of one sort or another, what are the principles that you have in mind as you evaluate what to publish, what not to publish?
Well, certainly in that example, Steve, I would, unless it was something extraordinarily sensitive where innately I would know that lives were, really at stake, I would, encourage the journalist and reporter with the story to find out more about it, because in order to make very difficult decisions about what stories to actually publish and whether to hold a story or in very unusual situations to actually not publish something, information really helps you, because in the end, these decisions, I should say explicitly, were the most excruciating that I confronted, both as Washington bureau chief, because stories involving national security and intelligence were rooted in Washington, as managing editor of the Times, and certainly as executive editor. And the balancing test that I always, applied is, as one of the panelists this morning pointed out, we have a constitutionally protected mandate to hold power accountable and keep the public informed. So that, is our first responsibility, but in the balancing test, that has to be balanced with, is a story really going to cause harm to the country? Because as journalists, we're citizens too, and want to do everything we can to keep the country safe. But our professional duty is really to inform. And I had these jobs during the period immediately after 9/11 with the war on terror, and all through to the end of the Bush administration and through both Obama administrations. And certainly closer to 9/11, there were fewer of these requests, but you had to ask yourself the fundamental question that actually one of Len Downey's colleagues, Bob Kaiser, put brilliantly, which is, if a war on terror is being waged in the name of the people, shouldn't the people know about it? Shouldn't the people know about its dimensions? Because with all of the new programs that were launched during that period, they hadn't really had a chance to consent to some of the, dark side programs that were being carried out. So, in the end, you're responding to several constituencies. One is the public, because you're balancing the importance of keeping them informed and holding power accountable. The country, you don't want to make a precipitous decision that could actually
harm the country, and then your own reporters, because you get into, what adds to the excruciating nature of these decisions is that the reporters have usually worked really long on these stories, and to get them ironclad, their sources have put themselves in harm's way. They feel their credibility as journalists is on the line because their sources expect a story to be published. And all of those balls are in the air. So the first thing, at least that I did, is when an administration raised serious national security concerns and asked the New York Times to either hold a story or not publish it entirely, you hit the pause button. I worry that a lot of the public has the impression that we get these leaks about intelligence programs thrown into the Washington Bureau and then we just publish them right away. But that could not be further from the case. I don't think it's right to just assume that administrations and presidents and their chief intelligence aides are crying wolf, and that being cavalier and to publish something quickly, I think, is not the right response. I know over time, because the requests became more frequent to various news organizations to hold stories or kill stories, that there are news organizations, big ones in Washington, that no longer call the White House for comment on some of these stories, which is sometimes, not always, how the administration finds out that you have a sensitive story in the works.
So Len, just to stay in the newsroom for one more beat, in search for principles, here Jill referred to one that's probably easy to agree on. If you judge that publishing will directly lead to the death of an identifiable individual, or the publishing of gratuitous operational detail, or the messing up an ongoing battlefield movement that's no public interest reason, of course, those are relatively easy principles to have behind you. But when you get to this assertion of harm to the country that Jill referred to, national security damage may involve less direct effects, exposure of agreements between allies or other sensitive matters. How do you think through that territory? And are there times, I've worked with you, of course, and watched you make some of these judgments, but how did you define national security damage while you considered whether to withhold a certain detail?
Well, as Jill said, we seek information about that and then try to make the best decision after having as much of that information as possible, including from experts on our own staff. You were an expert in one part of the world, for example, and we've had others in our staff. I think it's probably best answered with one illustration, which is double Pulitzer Prize winner Dana Priest, who, when her beat was the intelligence agencies, she is a very gifted reporter who had many, many sources from the top to the bottom of the intelligence agencies. And there came a time some years after 9/11 when she realized that her CIA sources were very concerned about something, very worried about something. This was not a leak. Nobody dumped this on her. She just was picking up little bits and pieces of information from a variety of sources and piecing it together. And what the puzzle turned out to be the CIA's secret prisons abroad, particularly in Eastern Europe, where high-value terrorist suspects were being held and questioned. We now know also in some cases with coercive questioning techniques. So once she had pieced together a lot of this, she did what she should do, which is she went to her sources in the CIA, including the person in charge of public information, and then she was sent to the senior person in charge of this entire operation and listened to them about what was going on. I'm sorry, first of all, you want to know if it's true. You want to know if this is right. And so that's another reason why you go to the government, and to hear that news organizations may be publishing things without talking to the government at all is scary, because first of all, it may not even be true. And so you want to establish the veracity of it, and then you want to establish, are there national security concerns, and if so, what are they? And what different kinds of decisions do we have to make? She kept me informed of all through this, all through the whole matter. And finally, when it became clear to them that we were going to publish some kind of story, but we're still trying to figure out what to include and not to include. During my quarter century of making these kind of decisions, we usually ran the story, but we often withheld very specific details. Obvious things like code names of operations, names of individuals, locations of where the earliest drones were shot up from. We did one of the earliest stories about drone warfare and kept the name of that country. I'm still not going to say the name of that country because I don't know if I'd have to ask Mike if I'm supposed to. Not because the government told us not to, but because they made a good showing that if we named that country at that time, it would end. That program would end. And we didn't want to do that, but we wanted Americans to know that drone warfare was going on. So in this case, we went to the CIA at the invitation of either the director of the CIA or the director of national intelligence, who was newly installed at the time, and listened to them first argue that we shouldn't run the story at all, and then, as usual, I ask lots of questions. What is the specific harm involved here? What could be the harm to human life? What could be so on? And the various kinds of harm that were introduced was, one, it would just be bad for the agency's reputation. Well, you can strike that off. Secondly, that means that our allies wouldn't trust us with secrets. Well, that's your problem, not ours. And then we got into serious things. They'd have to shut down the secret prisons, most likely, once they were located. But more importantly, there was other kinds of cooperation going on with one or more of these countries in Eastern Europe, counterterrorism cooperation, that if they were identified as the country with countries holding with these locations, that it could bring down governments or certainly end their other security cooperation with the United States. And my ears perked up to that because you can do this story without necessarily naming the countries. So I told them, as I always did, we're going to consider this. Dana was along with us. She was able to ask questions also that were more well-informed than mine were. And then we were invited to the White House. And Don Graham, who's then the CEO of the Post, and Bo Jones, the publisher, and myself. And the president was there, those chairs that you see here. He's sitting in the one, and Don Graham's sitting in the other, and I'm on the couch over here. And opposite me is Dick Cheney, who really glowered at me the whole time. And the National Security Advisor was hovering around, and there were some other folks there. And the president made the same presentation, first in the context of the war on terror, and then specifically about different kinds of harm. And again, I asked a lot of questions, most of which were answered by Stephen Hadley, the National Security Advisor. On the way out, and again, I asked specific questions and said we would make a decision, and Don made clear it was my decision. It wasn't going to be made by him or by the publisher. Which is the way we always did things at the Post, and I assume that's the way things are done at the Times. And on the way out, one of the gentlemen in the room literally put his arm around my shoulder. I'd known him for some time, on and off, and said, "You're not going to name those countries, are you?" And he could tell that that's where I was headed, and I could tell that's where he was headed, never mind anybody else. And after some further thought, and again consulting with members of the staff, that's what we did. And as a result, we took a lot of hell from people who thought it was terrible for us to breach this national security secret on the one side, and we took a lot of hell from a lot of other people who said, "You didn't name those countries. What are you, chicken?"
Mm-hmm. Well, so Secretary Panetta, from the other side of the camera, and having, I'm sure, run through some of these conversations from either the CIA or at the Pentagon, what rules would you write? What's your reaction to what you heard from Jill and Len? Do you think they're on the right track in the way they describe a balancing test?
Yeah, no. Frankly, my experience with leading newspapers like the Times and the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and others, was that they really did try to exercise good judgment here. These are tough calls. It's not easy. And the only times that I had those discussions is where we had the potential of, if a story went out, that a very sensitive source would probably be revealed. And it meant jeopardizing the life of that source. And when I had the discussion, and look, reporters are doing their job. That's what they go after those stories, and a lot of them have good sources within the agency, whether you like it or not. The fact is they do get their stories. And when immediately you pick up these stories, you look at them. I mean, frankly, I would say 9 out of 10 stories are, they go because reporter's doing his job. You don't particularly like the story getting out there, but that's the name of the game. But on that 10th story where you have, somebody's life is in jeopardy if in fact this goes out, and you can make that case. And frankly, most of the time I talk to the reporter and talk to the reporter, confirm the reporter's story, and the reporter would be sensitive enough to take it to, his bosses. And I think the very fact that a life was in jeopardy was enough to kind of turn the scales. I was never in a situation where it involved, frankly, a broader policy issue, similar to what you described, Lynn. And thank God. But I always felt that, and there was one time where it involved the Post, and actually talked with the editor of the Post, and I got a fair hearing. And in the end, they delayed the story, and then ultimately, they said, we'll delay it for a while, and then we'd like to come back to you. And they did. So I have to tell you, my experiences were that this was pretty straightforward, and that I was really pleased that when you're making these decisions, and don't forget, they do have a reporter, they got a story, it's a hot story, it'll make a lot of news, and to be able to pull back from that because the national security or national interest is involved is not an easy call. But at least in my experience, the paper's always made the right call.
So, General Hayden, I'd welcome your comments on the principles question, but to go beyond that, you've been speaking in a very striking way about the need for transparency in three-letter agencies in order to build the credibility with the voting public that a democracy requires. And I remember when you were at NSA being surprised as a reporter to call up, and the phone number was answered, and it used to be called No Such Agency. And when I asked for some, help, the next thing I knew, I was having lunch or coffee with you in your garden. And I was struck that you seemed to have a self-conscious strategy of trying to build some kind of balanced visibility for a secret agency. What was on your mind in those days, and what's the broader goal that you think we can reach?
Well, a lot of things to comment on. So Steve did make the call. The traditional answer when someone called the NSA Public Affairs Office was, how'd you get this number? We made a conscious effort to, and the phrase we used was to put a more human face on the agency. And at the time, for NSA, we knew we were going into very uncharted territory, right? There was no national debate about the appropriateness of NSA intercepting Soviet strategic rocket forces communications heading out to ICBM fields beyond the Urals. The line I use is, looking for words of interest like launch or something like that. But we knew that the 21st century equivalent of those isolated Soviet command and control networks would be our pursuing terrorist, proliferator, trafficker communications that were coexisting with your emails out there on Hotmail or Gmail. And so we felt we could not get the political sanction, nor frankly the money that we needed to pursue 21st century targets if we were still in the bunker at Fort Meade and hadn't built up a stronger sense of confidence that we could be on those networks, we could bump your emails, but we wouldn't mistreat them. that we would do only our duty. So it was a conscious effort to raise our profile. That's only gotten more dramatic. All right. Very briefly, the last great NSA story is the Snowden revelations, and that's the 215 program, the metadata stuff, the phone bills up at Fort Meade. And frankly, I think my old agency and the administration was horribly flat-footed in responding to it. They really needed to be out there more, telling their story. And in fact, the way it was rolled out took the story to a very dark corner of the room. And it was very hard to explain what the agency was doing. But one of the reasons the agency was flat-footed was that they felt they were fine. After the great intelligence scandals of the 70s, Church Pike and all that, the grand compromise was to take the oversight of intelligence, which used to be, actually frankly still is in most democracies, the province of the executive, and actually share oversight of it with the legislative branch. We have 2 select committees on intelligence now, and then a special court whenever it touched Americans. And so the 215 program, authorized by 2 presidents, not 1, 2, legislated by Congress, overseen by the Intel committees, who frankly were fans of it, right? And checked off every 60 days by the FISA court. And so NSA's thinking, all right, that's going to be a bad 1 or 2 day story, but we check. I use the line, that's the Madisonian trifecta: executive, legislative, judicial. We're good to go. And we weren't.
Right.
There was a sharp reaction from the general American population, and just not from the wingnuts with tinfoil on their heads, okay? But really substantial, serious Americans. And Steve, what happened, this is reinforcing what we were trying to do in 99 and 2000. Now we're doing it in 11, 12, and 13. What had happened was that a lot of good Americans would point to that president, Congress, court, and now said that no longer constituted consent of the governed. That may be consent of the governors, but it's not consent of the governed. You may have told them, but you didn't tell me. And so that social contract that we had built on the Church Pike Compromise, we had real mind subsidence. And the social contract was gone, and now American democracy wants to have, like it does with practically every aspect of government, this is not unique, wants to have a more personal knowledge of what its intelligence services do before they willingly validate the activities of the intelligence services. Now, make no mistake, if we're more open, we're going to shave points off of effectiveness. That's just the way this business works. But my point is, if we're not more open, you're going to take the stuff away from us anyway, and we're not going to do anything. So now the great challenge is, how do we inform the public to a degree we have never informed them before, in order to have the kind of legitimacy that the public used to concede to us simply by keeping a couple of committees informed?
Can I interrupt for
Sure.
something? I always want to follow up on that, about the importance of the kind of communication you're talking about between intelligence services and government on the one hand and journalists on the other. The Snowden case is a good example of that. I've not been in charge of that coverage at the Post, obviously. I'm not there anymore, but I'm familiar with some of the how it's being done. And it has been very important for the protection of national security for communication to go on between the journalists and the government. Yep. In the case of Bart Gellman at the Post,
Bart's been very good about
all the people working with him. Yeah. And it's to the advantage of the journalism, for one thing, to make sure it's accurate, because you've got a bunch of memos and complicated technical stuff that you don't understand if you don't have help. And in some cases, it turns out to be a proposal and not something that actually went into action, which you don't find out unless the government will cooperate with you in going through it. And there are many, many things that still have not been published and may never be published, because the response from the government was believable, that the national security harm would greatly outweigh the public's need to know for the reasons you're talking about in order to give their consent to this program.
So, but the problem is, the Post actually has been the most responsible, all right, with Bart Gellman writing. Then you go over here to the London Guardian, a little less so. Then you go over here to Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras, and there are no limits. And so,
they're offshore. They're not in the United States, which is which is a question I want to come to. But since we're talking about Edward Snowden, I was struck that the former Attorney General Eric Holder was quoted last week as saying that he thought in the end that Snowden had done some kind of public service. I don't know the context in which he made those remarks, but that's what he was quoted as saying.
Even though he broke the law, Holder also made clear.
Yeah, he broke the law, but he ended up doing a public service. Coming from an attorney general who oversaw the greatest number of press leak prosecutions since the 1920s, it's a little bit something to discount. But I wonder, in the end, starting with you, General Hayden, do you agree? What you were saying suggests that it was necessary to bring the public into this conference.
So I've actually spoken a lot about this. And in my bottom line is that young man accelerated but badly distorted a necessary national conversation. And the other 98% of the stuff he gave to these reporters had nothing to do with your privacy or mine. It had to do with how your nation, Great Britain and Australia, collects legitimate foreign intelligence. So I was actually offended by the Attorney General thinking that that slice there somehow ameliorates all of that.
Secretary Panetta?
Well, look, you've got an individual who, you know, and we in the intelligence agencies, you're dealing with national secrets, classified information. The President of the United States has the responsibility to defend the country using both covert and overt operations to protect the country. And so in order to maintain covert operations, you have to maintain classified information. And you need people who swear an oath to basically protect classified information. Place couldn't operate. Intelligence agencies couldn't operate if everybody decides on their own what they think, you know, should be revealed and what they think ought to be held. I mean, the reality is things are classified, and you're sworn to protect classified information. So when you have somebody who decides, I'm going to dump a bunch of classified information because I don't like some of the things I'm seeing, he violates the law, and he ought to be prosecuted for violating the law. He ought to be subject to justice and be tried. And I think, you know, if he really felt loyalty to this country, there's no reason why he should hide out in Russia or hide out in China. He ought to come back here and face justice on that issue, and he can present whatever defense he wants. So it's wrong and ought not to happen. Now, is the debate on the issue that he discussed, is that a good debate that this country should have? Of course it is. But that doesn't justify what he did. You know, look, Willie Loman used to rob banks. Doesn't make him a hero because we now know we should protect our money in the banks. And the same thing is true for Snowden. He violated the law. He's subject to being prosecuted under the law. And that, you know, let me add to that the information that was revealed, in fact, did damage the security that we had developed in terms of being able to track terrorists. The reality is that terrorists don't use the same systems anymore. And so we've got to redevelop our approach to how we track terrorists. It's impacted on the security of this country. It's impacted on lives that were out there because there are sources out there whose lives were jeopardized by virtue of revealing that information. So understand the damage that was done. Should we have a debate on transparency and what we're doing? Absolutely. But you don't do it by dumping a bunch of classified information that could jeopardize and damage the security of this country.
Steve, just to point out the obvious, the Secretary and I are talking about Snowden. We're not talking about Gelman. And that's not the way the conversation would go in some other countries.
Right. And well, can I go to prior restraint and let you also join in on this? Because given what Len pointed out, that there were, Snowden did make a decision to use journalists as interlocutors and as gatekeepers, and he turned over the judgment of where the balancing test lied to he spread his bets. Gelman, The Guardian, The Intercept. So he made diverse choices. But suppose he had built a website and decided just to dump all the documents himself, which is not out of the realm of possibility in the world we're in now. It brings us back to the question of whether the government will, again, after the Pentagon Papers case, make an argument for prior restraint on the press. And Jill, you mentioned to me when we were preparing for this that there were a couple of times after these close call decisions were made that you guys at the Times feared prior restraint.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about whether you think we're close to, because the Pentagon Papers, as I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is they do not, that Supreme Court decision does not preclude prior restraint.
Oh, it just set a high bar.
It just set a very high bar.
Amazingly high bar that I don't think the Snowden
website wouldn't cross that bar?
Oh, in that. I don't know, but you're right that I worry that the decision that the Supreme Court reached in the Pentagon Papers case in 1971 isn't ironclad, but the bar is really high, as you said. I think, I just wanted to make a further point about, the precursor in a way to the Snowden story was the 2005 story that the Times broke by Jim Risen and Eric Lichtblau about what was illegal, warrantless eavesdropping of conversations between people in the U.S. and people overseas, and that was not, legal, and that in the balancing.
If I remember this correctly, there was when you were Washington bureau chief, the White House asked you to withhold a version of that story. You chose to do so. Then later, it was published, or am I confusing two?
I was the Washington bureau chief. I received the urgent request that both Jim Risen and Eric Lichtblau cease all reporting on this story, and that when they actually, I said no to that. I think any responsible editor reflecting what Len said wants more information, and you wouldn't. The reporters who cover intelligence tend to be very careful, just on their own. So I said no to stopping reporting, and then there was a request from the White House that when we had enough confirmation for a story that we not publish. And Bill Keller, who was then
the ultimate decision maker,
the ultimate decision maker, and he consulted with me, and the reporters, a very difficult decision was made to hold the story. And in part, that decision was made literally days before the 2004 election. And that brings up just another kind of sensitivity that we have in journalism, that it's very, because this story, when we did publish it, caused a huge ruckus and some uproar.
But I've seen you quoted as saying that if you could do it again, you'd do it differently.
No, I would I certainly would not have held the story for a year. And in fact, there were two occasions when, I made the decision that we would withhold the information for a very, very long time. I regret them both. So when I added history as part of the balancing test, that's an important part of it. So I did regret it.
Before we leave the prior restraint conversation.
But I felt that in that case, the information, it raises a difficult question for both of you, that if there's someone in your agency who knows that something illegal is happening, are they under the same blanket, you agreed to not disclose classified information?
Right.
It's just a slightly different set of facts.
Yeah. Just before we leave the prior restraint question, General Hayden, Secretary Panetta, did you ever hear anyone propose in your counsels in the situation?
I was in their inner circle for all this discussion. I never heard a whisper of prior restraint.
No.
And I just need to add, there are a range of views on the lawfulness of the program.
I would imagine.
Yes. and that the
Read his book.
that the primary source was not somebody from the intelligence agency. It was somebody from Justice, and somebody from Justice who was not read into the program. All right. So again, we don't need to relitigate this.
Right.
But I cannot let it just stand that it was presumptively illegal. In fact, we didn't think it was.
Although you had to go back to the Congress to have the program.
Actually, we continued the program after your December story until 06 and 07 to actually put what was then done under raw presidential Article 2 authority into what was described as the safe harbor of having the other political branch agree to it.
But you got FISA.
We got a FISA decision on the part of the program that Jim didn't know anything about. And we had gotten the FISA decision about 8 months before Jim wrote the story.
There's not just prior restraint, which of course this country is unique in not having prior restraint. Every other country in the world has it, including Great Britain. And very pernicious.
Which is why the Guardian ended up
so-called D notices, where the government simply would have sent a notice to her telling these guys have to stop. You can't tell anybody that we even sent you this notice.
Well, that's
it, or else you're going to go to prison.
That's why in the Snowden case, the eventually the Guardian, based in Britain, which has no prior restraint protection, they literally had to let government officials watch as they took sledgehammers.
But there is the threat of prosecution afterwards, which is increasingly serious. We were talking about this depending upon who wins the next election. So, for instance, when
we're making a record here.
when I was managing editor and Ben Bradley was executive editor, we were going to publish something involving the CIA, and Bill Casey took us over to the University Club around the corner from the Washington Post and threatened to have us prosecuted if we published that story. So Ben immediately called his friend Edward Bennett Williams, who immediately called the Justice Department. They said, yeah, Casey was just over here saying that he wanted us to prosecute you if you run the story, and we laughed him out of the office. Well, I'm not sure that would happen now, because the aforementioned Holder has prosecuted a number of government sources, and in one case, in the Rising case, the Justice Department brief and a U.S. Court of Appeals decision cited him as aiding and abetting, and he essentially called him a criminal for dealing with this source. And I think we're getting closer and closer to a worrisome place, not with prior restraint, but with criminal prosecution afterwards.
Right, the criminalization of the reporting process surfaced a couple of times in those cases. But General Hayden, I'm going to go back to your theory of sort of transparency about secrecy in a democracy, because it's an appealing and complicated subject. But just to wade into another sensitive case, I think on enhanced interrogation techniques, you and Secretary Panetta ended up in different places. As I understand what you've said in public, you thought they were valuable in producing unique intelligence and defensible under international law and necessary to the national defense. Secretary Panetta, I think, acknowledges they produced valuable, unique information, but on the whole, thinks the costs outweigh the benefits. Now, in your view, was an opportunity lost by keeping all of these operations so secret for so long?
Yeah, in every case. In fact, it's easier to explain with the program that I actually started, which is the one that we're talking about here with the Jim Risen story, because I kind of inherited the detention and interrogation program and actually was trying to reshape it and resize it so that it would be politically acceptable going forward. But in this case, one of the big itches in the story of the Stellar Wind program is what we called what the New York Times story was about. And one aspect of the Stellar Wind program was actually the 215 program that Snowden released. And it had pretty much gone on largely unremarked in even the press exposés of the program. That, again, that's metadata, that's your phone bills, that's up at Fort Meade, very closely guarded, rarely addressed, under tight restraints, which is a good part of the story that unfortunately the administration didn't tell. All you heard was they got your phone bills at Fort Meade, and it's part of a gajillion record database that seems, frankly, might be very, very ominous. In retrospect, all right, we, I think, could have immunized the community against the public reaction that that program got by the way that it was rolled out, by simply being more candid about the value of metadata, how metadata is used, and frankly, maybe even pointing out that metadata, yours and mine, is not constitutionally protected. In other words, begin to let the public broadly in on the broad trajectory that the demands of security have placed on security agencies, so that you have a better idea. I use the word transparent, and I was on a panel like this, Steve, about a year ago up at Aspen, and I said, we're just going to have to be more transparent. And Mike Leiter, who used to run the National Counterterrorism Center, and I think the Secretary knows him very well, great guy, Leiter turns to me and says, Mike, I agree with your principle, but it's not transparent. This is talking about the intel community now. We need to be translucent. And it's actually a very elegant distinction. You know, transparent, you can, when you turn the gain up on the microscope or the telescope, get to the fine print and begin to make public those things that make doing that stuff in the first place not worthwhile, because the adversary knows as well. But translucence, you know, for the public now, not the oversight committees, they get total transparency. But the public gets translucence, which is they get to see the broad shapes and the broad movements of what their intelligence services are doing. Unable to get to the fine operational print, which could be destructive, but to see enough of the shapes in the movement to get a broad sense of what's going on and to build up, again, that level of validation that I think we're going to need to go forward.
So we've been, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think the fundamental principle here is trust in the American people. And the reality is that if the American people know that steps are being taken to protect their national defense and their national security, and they know what those steps are, the American people will be supportive. If you try to keep that from the American people or hide it from the American people, then obviously there'll be a lot of concern about just exactly what is going on to protect our national defense. I always get asked the questions about the things that are going on, and I remind people that when 9/11 happened, this country rose up in anger, asking, how the hell did we let that happen? A national commission came together that was established in order to determine, why did that happen? What went wrong? And they determined that intelligence agencies were stovepipe, they were not sharing information. They determined that other agencies were not working effectively to track terrorists and be able to determine who was trying to attack this country. And as a result of that commission's report, a number of steps were taken to improve our intelligence operations, our intelligence sharing, our law enforcement operations, our counterterrorism operations, basically aimed at trying to protect this country and making sure we didn't have another 9/11. And it is important that the American people be reminded of the fact that these are steps being taken to protect them. I don't believe that we have to choose between protecting our freedoms and protecting our security. In a democracy, you've got checks and balances. You do have, laws that are passed. You do have an executive branch. You do have a legislative branch. You do have a judicial branch, all aimed at making sure that we protect our freedoms at the same time we're protecting our security. But there's an additional job there, which I think Mike is getting to, which is that you can't just keep this to yourselves. You've got to be able to define this in a way to the American people. Big part of that responsibility is with the president. Big part of that responsibility rests with people who head some of these agencies to make clear that we are not just operating behind a wall, that what we're trying to do is to fundamentally protect this country from another 9/11 type attack in order to protect you. And if we could be transparent about that, then I think this country would support the steps that are being taken in order to ensure that another attack doesn't happen.
Put another way,
when that was actually put to the test a few years after 9/11 with the disclosure that there were these secret prisons, torturing of some of the terrorists who were being questioned, the photographs of Abu Ghraib and what was going on there, that really tests some of the fundamental issues of, as Americans, is that how our country behaves? And I think there, again, was such a huge reaction to that because it came out of the blue. The public had no idea that such things and such methods were being used. And I agree with you that, where in the end these decisions reside has to be the White House, because, the White House is charged, the president is charged with defending every word of the Constitution. That's what happens on Inauguration Day. And at least First Amendment concerns should come up. But certainly in the case of leak investigations, I don't think there was ever anybody in the room when they were discussing whether to approve a criminal case against a source or not about how, what the consequences for informing the public are. What is the role of the press in a society that has to be informed to make informed decisions?
You see this?
And so I was always uncomfortable when their requests to hold a story came from the NSA or the Department of Defense or the CIA, because you have a specific mandate, your agencies, and I understood and respected how carefully you take that. But the president's mandate is a little different. It's supposed to take what we do and the importance of informing the public into account. And in the end, that's why I actually went on one of my trips to Washington. I asked the DNI, James Clapper, because many of the requests were coming from him, and so I asked him, could we just get together and kind of talk through all this? And he was very open to doing it. And, I think it actually, as your garden visits with Steve may have helped, I thought that it helped for him to understand sort of my mandate. And
Steve, I just add, the discussion we've just had shows the weight of the responsibility to all the actors here in the play. I am probably almost as uncomfortable as you are with the prosecutions in the last several years. Not that these weren't bad things and these people did bad things, but the collateral damage to the free press and to legitimate inquiry was going to be very, very considerable. By the same token, though, you mentioned Abu Ghraib. So let me talk about the weight, the burden on folks like this. I think the press should have gone with the Abu Ghraib story. I don't think they should have gone with the Abu Ghraib pictures. And I'm here to tell you my professional judgment. There are Americans today who are dead because the press published the pictures of Abu Ghraib. Now we can argue about were the pictures necessary or not for the intent of the story. My judgment is probably not, and certainly if you weigh the influence, not that those pictures had on the American public, but the influence those pictures had on our enemies.
So the structure of the digital age is global. That's one of the reasons why your case has, extra credibility, because of the distribution structure of those photographs is instantly global. So Len, I want to ask you, back to our editorial decision making, the Washington Post, New York Times, they're seeking global audiences. They're seeking to make money from global audiences. Mm-hmm. They're global publishers. Everybody is in the digital age. So are your judgments now affected by whether or not the public interest of the Democratic Federal Republic of Germany is served by disclosing that we're listening to Angela Merkel's phone? Are you global in that sense?
That doesn't particularly concern me, but the possibility of harming human life in Germany would, just as the possibility of harming human life in Fairfax, Virginia, if we published the story about the kidnapping of the rich family's kid, while the police have asked us not to, while they continue to try and find him and keep him alive, would be part of our decision. And I can't see anything different in Germany or Thailand or anything like that. In terms of political impact, no, I was not concerned about the political impact in the Eastern European countries of the secret prison story, if we name those countries. I was concerned about what I was convinced of by American authorities, the harm that would have been done to counterterrorism relationships with them that might have harmed American national security.
So we're a few minutes away from taking your questions as we wrap up. So if any of you do have questions and want to make your way to the microphones, please go ahead. I want to get in one question about the time we're in now, because we've talked about how the structure of disclosure of national security information by the Snowdens has changed in the era of big data. You can take out all of this information on a thumb drive. But so has the structure of publishing. We're having a conversation remembering a universe where the Washington Post and the New York Times were just about all that mattered in these things. And unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. And one manifestation is the rise of social media platforms like Facebook and companies like Apple and technology companies like Google that are global in their business models, have interests that are very divorced from the way the New York Times newsroom would have defined such judgments. So, General Hayden, I was struck, as I'm sure anyone reading the news was, by your statement about the Apple encryption case when you came out and thought that against the FBI's pursuit of breaking that encryption. And so could you explain why you ended up on that side of that issue, and also where the dominance of these social media platforms as distributors of information and news takes us as we wrestle with the issues we've been talking about.
So very, very briefly on the Apple case, I think you're all familiar with the Bureau wanting Apple to bust through the encryption. Frankly, to my mind, it's not a constitutional question. I think the government has the authority to direct Apple to do it, all right? It's not a privacy question. He's dead, and it wasn't his phone, all right? There's no privacy implications here, right? It's a question of security. And my judgment was, although the government had the right to do that, I just didn't think it was a very good idea to do that. There are lots of dangers to American security. Terrorism is one, criminal activity is another, so are cyber attacks. And frankly, you are going to be better defended by Apple and American industry in the cyber domain than you will be by the American government. It's just the nature of the domain. So why would you then, for an arguably legitimate counterterrorism needs here, I would think 3 or 4 times before I went over here and crippled what an American industry has provided looked like pretty good encryption to keep you safe in the cyber domain. So in the security lane alone,
interesting,
just security, I think I shade with Apple. In the broader social media and so on thing,
that's the most important thing that's been said on this panel.
And the broader social media thing alone, I just finished a book. And I did a lot of research just sitting at my home computer. One of the things that people like the Secretary and I and our successors are going to have to live with is, even though you have sources, and they may give you a point of light here and a point of light here, the ability now of a good reporter to fill in between those 2 points of light, because of the nature of modern communications, is exponentially greater than it has ever been before. And so it may not, there may be more secrets out there, but it may not be because there are more leaks. It actually might be the nature of the modern communications environment, which leads to all sorts of fundamental reconsiderations as to what is necessary or legitimate secrecy.
Let me comment on this, because I think it's a kind of sign of the times. Look, the fact is, whether it's Apple or whether it's Silicon Valley or whether it's the U.S. government, hopefully we're all on the same side when it comes to dealing with people who would attack this country. And I don't know what broke down in the situation. I don't know, usually behind every problem in Washington is a personality problem where somebody got pissed off at somebody. It's usually what happens, and it's just the reality of things. The fact is, when I was director, and I think it's true for Mike, when I was director, we had a very close relationship with companies in Silicon Valley. And I had very close relationships with people in Hollywood. And these were all good patriots. They were very loyal to this country. They were willing to be helpful. We have to keep it confidential. And I understood that, and we did keep it confidential. But we were operating in the same team. And if we needed help, they would give us help. And that's frankly the way it should be. And I don't know what broke down here and why suddenly justice takes Apple to court, and Apple, of course, has to defend itself in this situation. But my recommendation was that both sides need to get back in a room and agree, look, Apple has a right to protect its consumers around the world. I understand that. Protect their privacy. But when it does come to clear evidence of a terrorist who's going to use that information to attack this country, there ought to be a way to be able to get that information. And we ought to be able to work together to be able to achieve that. But it isn't going to be done if it's done out in the public, if it's done in the courts, or for God's sakes, if Congress tries to get into it. The reality is it has to be done in a room where people are sitting down and talking through and developing a process that both sides can agree to and work with.
Let's take a couple of questions. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. This has been a wonderful panel today. Jill, there are two things I wrote down that really caught my attention during your discussion. One was holding power accountable, and the second was a discussion about a pause button. Perhaps Secretary Pineda and General Hayden can explain to me if that pause button was hit several times and perhaps reset during the attack on our embassy in Benghazi. And the reason I ask that is I happened to be tuned into Al Jazeera in Qatar during that event, and it was already being reported. Yet it was several hours before I heard anything in the media here in the US.
I'll defer to the secretary who was in government at the time.
You can't get away from this stuff. Look, there was no pause button. There were no discussions with the press. That event took place. The press was made aware. They knew that the attack was taking place, and they published whatever they wanted to publish on the issue. There was no effort to try to in any way impact on the press and how they reported on that incident. Please believe that. I mean, there's enough screwy stories going around already. Don't believe that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On the prosecution question, as Secretary Panetta mentioned, if somebody has disclosed classified information, there probably should repercussions. But is there any gray zones? I mean, if there's an Edward Snowden, there's a David Petraeus, there's a Jeffrey Sterling, are these all the same? And if they're different, who makes the decision of what is allowable and what is not? Is that the president? Is that the attorney general? Does nobody make that decision?
Well, the Justice Department is the one that looks at these cases and then makes a decision as to whether or not they're going to prosecute these cases. And in both the Petraeus case as well as the Snowden case, they've made clear that they're going to prosecute those cases. They prosecuted the Petraeus case, and I would assume if Snowden came back here, they would prosecute the Snowden case. As to what the factors are, as to what the mitigating circumstances are that an individual would present to the court, that takes place within the confines of an individual case. And then a judge makes a determination based on that. But the law is there. If the law is violated, a prosecution takes place. And that's the way it should be.
The role I had in it, and the one I can talk about because I had most contact, was the Jeffrey Sterling case. The Risen being the report, Jim Risen being the reporter. Well, I strongly opposed criminalizing what Mr. Risen did. I was really upset over what Mr. Sterling did. And so as that investigation was unfolding, I was asked as director of CIA, all right, how many more secrets are you willing to put into the public domain in a court process in order to pursue the prosecution? And the answer I gave to justice is whatever you need. Because our view was this was an actual serious breach of faith on the part of the CIA officer. Jim's doing his job, but I'm talking about what Sterling had done. What had happened is because of that dynamic, how many more secrets do you want to make public before you go to court, or when you go to court, we had made individually correct, narrow decisions saying, don't want to do that, with the strategic effect that there were serious leaks without consequence. And so that was my contribution. Everything after that's justice. We had nothing to do with it.
I want to say two things about this whole classified area. Number one is many times when there's, in my experience, a number of times when there have been leaks of important information, it is from a relatively low-level person, and you kind of wonder, how did they have access to that in the first place? Chelsea Manning being a good example, for example. And so there are real breakdowns in the intelligence services about how secrets are being kept. Yeah. And that needs to be remembered when you consider these things. The second is the overclassification of information, which I know the General agrees with me about. It's ridiculous. Again, the Chelsea Manning case, when you saw all those documents that were classified, some of them were newspaper stories. Or in the case of...
Shows you the respect we had.
Yeah, right. And it's rampant, and everybody knows that. And there was a commission, a presidential commission created to deal with this. It made very good recommendations about how to straighten out the classification system. And the Obama administration has done nothing with it, absolutely nothing with it. And I think that's terrible.
Mike Hayden and I probably went through this, but when we did our books, I did our book, and I referenced some operations that my agency was involved with, and talked about some stories that were in the New York Times, in the Washington Post.
Yeah.
And they said, well, you have to have all the stuff presented to the agency, and the agency said, no, it's classified. I said, but it was in the New York Times. And the President of the United States, by the way, spoke about it.
Right.
That's
publicly.
true.
Yeah.
So what am I missing?
Right.
But I couldn't do the
It's like the old thing about if you have a hammer, you want a nail.
Well,
and so if you have a job of classifying things, you want to classify things.
Well, yes, but for both of you, from your experience at CIA and both as authors of very useful memoirs and books, I have an office groaning with the memoirs of CIA officers. I'm just groaning. I mean, there's no other secret agency in the world, I think, that has produced so many books.
Some of which are available in the bookstore.
Right.
So what is inside the agency? I think there's some tension about this.
You can only keep your mouth shut so long.
And Steve, there's a reality here, all right? Yeah. And Joe's used some words here that was obviously illegal, that was torture and so on. And the euphemism I use, there are a range of views. And so you do have a generation of CIA officers, which I include myself in the group, who at least want to get their view of the story out there. And so there has been a pretty strong rush of some fairly senior and frankly very good officers who have attempted to say, well, that's not the way I saw it, and who just want to put that out there on the public record.
Okay.
Contribute to the first draft.
So if you ask a short question, we'll get out of here on time.
Thanks. One of the common themes here seems to be trust, and you've talked about trust in the American people's judgment. But I think maybe the root cause of some of these problems is a lack of trust in the agencies you guys run. most recently with the Apple thing. I mean, absent the NCA or NSA revelations, they probably would have cooperated. But I wanted to zero in on something that the Secretary said about Snowden. You said he did harm, he should be prosecuted. But, and you said there were other ways to have that conversation. But that conversation wasn't being had, and there's no evidence that it ever would have been had absent his obviously illegal act. And I'm just wondering how you can kind of defend that and say, well, we need to talk about it. It's very important.
Well, I disagree with you. I think, frankly, if Snowden had taken the time to go up and talk to Dianne Feinstein, who's chairman of the Intelligence Committee, she'd be more than willing to listen to that kind of information. That's the kind of chairman she was. Mike Rogers, who was chairman on the House side, he would certainly be open to anyone coming in and providing that kind of information that concerned Snowden. He didn't even try, okay? Wasn't even an effort to at least talk to somebody in a responsible position and say, wait a minute, I'm concerned about what's going on here. And the fact is, our system would respond to that. People don't drop the ball on that, because once somebody talks to somebody, they know damn well that if they don't do anything about it, that could be a story. So, at least in my experience, working with good people in some of these responsible positions, these are the people that you ought to turn to say, I'm concerned about whether or not our freedoms are being protected in this program. And here's the evidence that I have, to show that.
Although, just a historical footnote, if you don't mind, I'll make it quickly, as we've made many references in our discussion to the Pentagon Papers. And in that case, Daniel Ellsberg, who was the source of the Pentagon Papers, actually did first approach a senator. He very much wanted the Senate to hold hearings on what was in the Pentagon Papers, including the fact that the Johnson administration had told epic lies about the war, and he was basically told, we ain't getting anywhere near this. So, it's almost as a last recourse that he went to the New York Times.
We could go on for another half hour about whistleblowers inside government systems, and you have your experiences that I'm sure would be very interesting to hear about. But I think as reporters, our impression is that if government bureaucracies in general were able to manage internal dissent in a fair and consistent way without ruining the lives of dissenters repeatedly, then we would be out of business. But you need the press because, in fact, not because anyone's ill of intent, but just the nature of bureaucratic culture makes it very difficult to dissent credibly inside. It can happen, but it's just a hard thing to build and sustain. You need the First Amendment. The Founding Fathers were wise about that. So let me just conclude by asking you to join me in thanking this great group of Americans.
Good. Fun as always.
Thank you all.
Thank you again to our outstanding panelists. We will now take a short break. Please return to your seat soon, as our program will resume in about 30 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome Director, External Affairs of the George W. Bush Institute, Bill McKenzie.
Thank you very much for being here and for our last panel. I would say, as somebody who got my start in a career in working on a presidential campaign and then worked for a political organization in Washington and then went to work for the Dallas Morning News editorial page for a couple decades, this event we're getting ready to hear and this whole two-day gathering has kind of captured my whole professional career and personal interest. So it's been a really wonderful experience and very grateful to be a part of it and grateful for you to be here. So it is my pleasure to introduce our panelist and moderator for this final panel, The Politics of Polarization, Can Democracy Survive? I think we should have had a subtitle, Let's Hope. So when our planning group conceived of this title more than a year ago, little did we know, you know the rest, how timely and acute this discussion would actually be. So to rescue us from our misery, here are our panelist and moderator, Haley Barbour, former governor of Mississippi, founding partner of BGR Group, where he heads advocacy coalitions. Governor Barbour began his political career in 1968, working on campaigns for Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and Gerald Ford, and later became chairman of the Republican National Committee. Nolan McCarty is the Susan Dodd Brown Professor of Politics and Public Affairs and chair of the Department of Politics at Princeton University, formerly the Associate Dean at the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs there at Princeton. Most importantly, an Odessa, Texas native. He has co-authored 3 books and in 2010 was elected a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. We also have Mike McCurry, who is a distinguished professor of public theology at the Wesley Theological Seminary. That in itself could be an interesting panel discussion, what that is. Partner at Public Strategies in Washington. Mr. McCurry served in the White House as press secretary to President Bill Clinton. He was a spokesman for the U.S. Department of State and Director of Communications for the Democratic National Committee. He also worked on a wide range of campaigns, including one for Senator Lloyd Benson's vice presidential bid. Brett Stevens writes Global View, the Wall Street Journal's principal column on foreign affairs, for which he won the 2013 Pulitzer Prize for commentary. He is the paper's deputy editorial page editor and responsible for global opinion pages, and is a member of the editorial board. Prior to joining the journal, he was editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Our moderator is Danielle Allen, who is director of the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics at Harvard University and a professor in Harvard's Department of Government and Graduate School of Education. She's a political theorist and an author known for her work on justice and citizenship in both ancient Athens and modern America. She is chair of the Mellon Foundation Board, past chair of the Pulitzer Board, and a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the American Philosophical Society. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator.
Thank you so much, Bill. Appreciate it. Well, it's great to see you all here this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, and thank you so much to the Dallas Morning News for hosting such a remarkable event. It's true, it came up earlier today, questions of diversity in the newsroom, diversity on our panels, and it's not always easy to embrace all kinds of diversity in any given event, but I want to celebrate this event for having done such a remarkable job of embracing ideological diversity. Every panel has represented a spectrum of views. It's terrific to be at an event co-hosted, co-sponsored by the George Bush Library, the George W. Bush Presidential Center, and the LBJ Foundation. I mean, it's a remarkable occasion for all of us. I want to put you out of your suspense. Can democracy survive? Yes. Okay? So the question I think we're probably all mostly going to be talking about today is how? I mean, first of all, how bad is it actually? Do we really think there is an issue here? And then if we do, what do we do about it? We all know a couple of basic facts. So for example, there is the shift in how much members of each party view each other unfavorably. In 1994, 16% of Democrats viewed Republicans unfavorably. In 2014, that was 38%. On the other side of the aisle, it was 17% of Republicans viewed Democrats unfavorably in 1994. Now it's 43%. Perhaps even the more interesting data point is the one that suggests the issues are no longer ideological, but have become a matter of lifestyle and identity. The fact that in 1960, 4% of Democrats and 5% of Republicans would have disapproved of their child marrying somebody from the other party. Okay? But what are those numbers now? 33% of Democrats would disapprove of their child marrying a Republican, and 49% of Republicans would disapprove their child marrying a Democrat. So I pulled out some of the fun facts, but Nolan, you study this for a living. Is polarization real? How do political scientists understand that?
Yes, I think it is true that polarization is real. One of the ways that political scientists have studied this over a much longer history than the one that Danielle describes is to look at patterns of roll call voting in Congress as one of the best measures of how partisan or bipartisan our national institutions have been over time. The headline fact is that the levels of bipartisanship in Congress now are at their lowest levels since Reconstruction. So to put that into perspective, a party system based on the regional cleavages of a just resolved civil war had more bipartisanship than the current Congress. Now, polarization has not been a constant in history. Through much of the 20th century, it wasn't that way at all. There were large blocks of conservative Democrats, liberal Republicans, lots of bipartisan compromise on the important landmark pieces of legislation of the 20th century. But we have seen over the course of the past 40 years, roughly from the late 1970s through the current, a large deterioration in the level of bipartisan cooperation. And I think it's had pretty serious consequences for the governing of our society.
And what do you think happened, Nolan? How do you explain this?
That's one of the kind of core academic mysteries at this point as to why a very bipartisan, relatively unpolarized system began to take a different trajectory. There are lots of arguments out there related to kind of individual historical events, such as the election of Ronald Reagan, the defeat of Robert Bork's nomination, the impeachment in 1998, the 2000 election. I don't think there's much behind those arguments that were specific events. There's been a lot of focus on the way in which we conduct our elections, whether it be partisan primaries or gerrymandered congressional districts or uncontrolled campaign finance. I think there's very little evidence that it really has much at all to do with gerrymandered congressional districts or the way that we conduct primaries. There was a lot less polarization in the 1950s and 60s with a lot more gerrymandering and a lot more partisan modes of selecting candidates. There's some evidence that the campaign finance system has contributed to a system that had already polarized, and I think the campaign finance system is probably making it worse at this point. I'm inclined to believe that our politics became more polarized because the United States has become a much more diverse and heterogeneous society over the past 45 years, whether that be through changing patterns of immigration, the kind of racial, ethnic composition of the society, or whether it be economic differences like economic inequality, wealth inequality. I think we've just become a much more pluralistic, divided society on many of the important political cleavages, and that is going to be reflected in the way that Congress represents the type of society that we live in today.
So you pointed to some of the historical touch points and said you weren't so sure any event mattered, but we do often hear about, Reagan and Tip O'Neill as a sort of key example of bipartisanship in the 1980s, and then the Bork nomination and the events of the 90s. I want to turn to Governor Barbour and Mr. McCurry here, who both lived through the highly contentious events of the 1990s. And maybe I'll start with you, Governor Barbour. So you were chairman of the Republican National Committee 1993 to 1996 during the period of the contract with America and the government shutdown. From the point of view of your lived experience, did you feel a change in how members of the different parties interacted with each other?
Danielle, the first time I ever went to Washington was 1968. I'm from Mississippi. Some of y'all may thought this was a South New Jersey accent, but our senior United States Senator was Jim Eastland, who was an old segregationist. My granddaddy was his daddy's lawyer. So I went by as a college boy to see Senator Eastland. They told me to come back at 5:30. I came back. Senator Eastland welcomed me in his office. He was having a drink with Teddy Kennedy. Teddy Kennedy and two conservative Republicans from Nebraska and a Democrat senator from Georgia. He was the Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee. They knew each other. They were friends. They socialized. Having a drink together was not unusual. It is incredibly unusual today. Most of the members don't live there. It used to be their kids went to school together. They played ball together. Their wives knew each other, or husbands. But that's one of the reasons, I think. I think another reason, and I have a different view than Nolan, I think gerrymandering has made a difference because, particularly in the House, we have a decennial census after which the Supreme Court since 1962 has made the legislatures reapportion U.S. House of Representatives and the state legislatures. Well, about 40 years ago, both parties kind of figured out, hey, if we got control of the legislature, we can change these districts around a little bit and we'll have a lot better deal. Today, there are probably 350 of 435 House seats that are not competitive between the two parties. That means those 350 members of the House, they're not worried about the general election, they're worried about the primary. And if they're in a safe Democrat district in the Northeast or the West Coast or wherever, they're not going to let anybody get to the left of them. If they're in a safe Republican district in the heartland, they're not going to let anybody get to the right of them. And that has hollowed out the center in the House of Representatives. It doesn't directly affect the U.S. Senate, but it certainly indirectly does because of the legislation they see, because of the arguments that the senators' constituents are hearing. So I don't think there's any question this has happened. I do think there's more than one reason.
I'm sure redistricting is important, and we'll come back to that because I'm going to want to get to hear more about Nolan's views on the other side of that. But I want to push you a little bit more on this question of party strategy in the 90s. As you were moving into the majority Republican Congress, that was one of your huge accomplishments as chairman of the RNC in that time, to pull that off in those elections and to give your party that sort of power. How did your party strategize around questions of bipartisanship in the early 90s?
Well, I will say to you, it was a big advantage that we had contract with America. And I'll tell you why. We hadn't had a majority in both houses of Congress in 40 years. The last time Republicans won out in 1952, we lost it in 54, and that was 1994. But a contract with America gave people something to vote for. Now, we're not Pollyannish. Most people who voted Republican for Congress that year were either regular Republicans or they voted against Clinton. They were mad at Clinton over X, Y, or Z. But having something to vote for, like contract with America, made it easier for them. But it also meant when we got the majority, we had an agenda. Michael, remember, we spent the first 100 days, Lord, seemed like 400 days. We spent the first 100 days bringing up all the 10 points of contract with America. And very interestingly, at the Democratic National Convention in 1996, when President Clinton made his acceptance speech, he mentioned 6 things that had been done that were in contract with America, that he took credit for, including welfare reform, and then very shortly thereafter, the first balanced budget in a generation.
So let's get your memories, Mike. What did you think about bipartisanship at this time? And I want to add in one other little detail, of course, because this is the period 1995 where the White House does a study on the impact of the internet on political communication, and that's when we get the first indication of the idea of the vast right-wing conspiracy as being on attack against the Clintons, and then that's, of course, the theme that the Clinton administration picks up. So how did you guys see this question of bipartisanship?
Well, remember at the beginning of 1995, now this is after Speaker Gingrich took office, so we start in 1995 in this very contentious environment. Remember, in the early part of that year, there were routine stories in the press about, is the president relevant anymore? Because all the energy was with the new speaker and the new majority in the Congress. But then the Murrah building was blown up in Oklahoma City, and I think at that point, President Clinton found his voice again and began to shape the counter-argument to the contract on America, as we used to call it.
There we go, polarization.
And we hit over and over again the fact that we needed to invest in the future of the country. We needed to balance the budget. We needed to protect our environment. We had to make sure that we kept Social Security and Medicare strong. And that discipline around that message carried us all the way through that year to the point in '95 when we had the big showdown with the Republicans over whether or not the government would be shut down. And Leon Panetta, who would be sitting here, ran the staff meetings at the White House in the morning. And I'd have to honestly say that we did not know and were not confident that we would come out ahead of the Republicans over the question who is going to be blamed for shutting down the government. But I think because of our discipline, because I think the president went out and made the case forcefully, we actually ended up, I think, and Haley, you'd probably agree with this, I think we came out on the upper end of that, and that then moved us into the 1996 re-election year with a very strong headwind. But I would go back to one thing that Haley said. I really agree with this. When Mrs. Clinton was in the U.S. Senate, we had her down for a little breakfast event at our office one day, and I asked her, I said, what is the source of this dysfunction and gridlock and polarization in the United States Senate, the world's greatest deliberative body?
Well, that's the Pulitzer Prize board, sorry. Anyway, sorry, it's an inside joke.
And she made exactly that point. She said, we don't trust each other. We don't spend enough time with each other to get to know each other well. If I feel like I go out halfway and put something politically at risk, I don't have any confidence that someone will meet me halfway coming in the other direction. And I think there are a lot I would add to that. In that time, now, yes, there was a study of the internet in 1995, but frankly, there was one all-news cable station at the time because Fox hadn't come along. Nobody was using social media because it didn't exist. The internet site for the website for the White House had transcripts of my press briefings, which were not, I guess, mildly entertaining sometimes, given the subject matters that we dealt with occasionally. But, you know, it was not an era, it was an era in which the major mainstream media shaped the contours of the national discussion. And you still had, you know, I think at that point, probably 75 to 80% of the country reporting that they got most of their news from broadcast reports, from daily newspapers, from the traditional sources of information that we used to be coherent as a country. And that, of course, has all disaggregated now. And newspaper circulations have declined. You know, audience share for the major network broadcasts have been in decline. So we don't gather around a common campfire now to share our stories and develop a narrative, and that is one of the things I think that doesn't bring us together as a country, so we have a common good conversation.
So you're making an argument a bit like Nolan that it's fragmentation or fractionalization, some people call it, instead of polarization, that we should be really worried about. I want to bring Brett in here for a moment because so there's a list of things people often invoke as possible causes: redistricting, campaign finance, general fragmentation of the country. But sometimes people also point to the fact that since roughly 1980, elections have just been much more contested than they were in the decades prior to that. And that in that regard, we should recognize that we live in a period of contestatory politics, and maybe that's a great thing. Maybe that's what democracy is about. We're supposed to be all getting in there to the thick of it and fighting with each other over the direction that we're heading. But so, you know, Brett, you're in the thick of it, arguing with people about the election. This is a very contested election season right now. How has this issue of polarization and contestation affected your effort to be a voice, adding thoughtfulness and deliberateness to the public?
Well, in many respects, it's more difficult just because if you're in the opinion business, as I'm in, and you offer a view that is not perfectly in line with what your audience anticipates, you're going to be treated not as someone who disagrees on one issue or a few issues, but as a traitor, and you're going to hear it almost immediately from 4,000 people on Twitter denouncing you in one way or another. And so it takes some intestinal fortitude not to try to palliate or mollify that side of your audience, to think that there might be an audience beyond simply the angry people who have time on their hands to fire off a tweet or a nasty email. But that's a real, look, that's a real issue in journalism. I mean, one thing that I fear about modern journalism is that editors increasingly have lost control of the narrative. Why? Because newspapers at large are looking at stories that are going to be popular with audiences. Did you get on the most viewed, most popular, most emailed list this week? And what does that say about the quality of what you're writing? There's nothing more depressing than when the Wall Street Journal sends me at huge expense to deeply report a story from Burma and about 4 people read it. You know, forget it. I could write another piece about Donald Trump and I know that it would have a huge audience. So there's a shallowing of journalism, and I think therefore a shallowing of public rhetoric, public discourse, and very naturally, I think both, you know, politically, people want to play to those shallower narratives. It becomes difficult to see complexity in issues. It becomes so much easier to simply say, you're on one side, you're on the other, there is no gray zone, there is no in between, and there's no room for judgment or views that are somewhat shaded or, you know, colored by some kind of complexity. I think that's a real issue. One thing I want to point out, this is somewhat afield from your question, but since I do write about foreign policy, what's happening in the United States in this electoral season is happening all over the world. The Philippines just elected as president a man who's described as the Donald Trump of the Philippines. We have a populist right-wing party, in many ways a liberal party governing Poland. Same story in Hungary. Marine Le Pen on the right is gaining traction in France. The Podemos movement on the left is gaining traction in Spain. The kind of centrist politics that define the post-war era are fragmenting, fracturing, falling apart, not just in the United States. And so I think it's worth asking why this is a global phenomenon. I mean, you know, as Tolstoy says, all unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. But it all seems to be happening at the same time. I think that's a question that ought to trouble us. I'm not worried about whether democracy can survive. I'm pretty sure democracy can survive. I'm worried about whether liberalism can survive. I don't mean liberal as in left wing. I mean liberal as in that set of values that inform tolerant, pluralistic, rules-based, law-based societies.
Let me just follow up with Brett, because what he makes about journalism and the pressure of this purity is felt by political operatives and elected officials. I mean, there is a group in the country that wants purity. And look, in the two-party system, purity is the enemy of victory. I mean, let's just get straight about that. I used to work for Ronald Reagan. I ran the political office in the White House for Ronald Reagan. Fred and I worked there together. Ronald Reagan compromised on everything because the Democrats had a majority in the House the whole time. And he compromised. He used to say, remember, a fellow that agrees with you 80% of the times, your friend and ally, not some 20% traitor. But today, as Brett said, and think if you think it's hard up at the Wall Street Journal, think about if you're in the campaign headquarters in South Carolina or Kansas or Montana. That pressure of if you're not pure, I'm going to be against you. And where am I going to be against you? In your party's primary.
So where do you think that came from? When's the moment that you first registered that this was a dynamic?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, where I don't think it came from. I think a lot of people attribute this to divided government. You know, Republican Congress, Democrat House, Democrat White House. I don't accept that, and I'll tell you why. Ronald Reagan was enormously successful in divided government. Leon Panetta and I were talking earlier. We passed Reagan economic plan, immigration reform, Social Security reform, and tax reform with huge 100-seat majorities, Democrat majority in the House. Now, I mention those four because they're complex and controversial. But Bill Clinton was the same way. Bill Clinton, in 6 years, all Republican Congress, we passed welfare reform, the first balanced budget in a generation. It's not divided government. It's the president has to lead. And this president has not chosen to try to lead the Congress, but in fact, he is polarizing. That's not the only reason, but that's a fact.
So, one of my previous bosses was Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who wrote a wonderful essay defining deviancy down. And in a different context, that's partly what has happened here. There has been a slow motion erosion of those things that bring together a common good and a sense of common purpose, which even when Clinton and Gingrich were battling back and forth, they were still on the phone every night yakking at each other. In fact, it used to annoy the hell out of everyone on the staffs of both sides, I think, because they would kind of get it caught in their space. But they were, at the end of the day, working in a system that was designed to produce an outcome at the end, which was either some form of compromise or some sort of mutual agreement about where you're going to head. And that's what's gone now. I mean, our fundamental functions of government, the things that Madison wrote about in the Federalist Papers, are not working.
So the question is whether the breakdown of social relations, capacity to compromise, an ethical orientation to the common good, so forth, is symptom or cause. So Nolan, I want to sort of pull you back in and get you to share more.
Well, I mean, I do think that all these things are really tightly related to one another, and so it's very hard to get the symptom versus cause. So you mentioned earlier the rise in party competition, that everything is very competitive. Every election is about control of the White House or control of one or both branches of Congress. That's obviously a factor. Follow up on Brett's point about orthodoxy. I mean, one of the things that's gone hand in hand with polarization is just the diminution in the amount of heterodoxy within party coalitions. So, being a Republican is often goes with having a set of policy positions that all somehow go together. They may not be logically coherent, but everybody understands the Republican policy position on each and every issue, just as they often understand the Democratic policy issue on each question. So this kind of extreme orthodoxy within both parties and the willingness to kind of punish the heterodox has gone along with it in a lot of ways. And I think a lot of the opposition to compromise comes from the fact that these coalitions, as we're seeing today, are kind of fragile in a way. You have to enforce this orthodoxy because it's not particularly coherent. So if you look at Donald Trump, I mean, I guess the silver lining is that he's the first person who's willing to challenge this orthodoxy and to say, well, the Republican set of positions is not coherent. It doesn't appeal to voters, and so I'm the one who's going to go out there and break it. And so it'd be interesting to see what happens in the future now that we have a candidate who's willing to say, the Republican positions on trade and the kind of orthodox position on immigration are not ones that appeal to broad swaths of their electorate, and so we'll see what will happen. But it's, getting back to your original question, why do all these things go together and why did they start to change at the same time is still very hard to explain.
So Brett, back to your question. So why do you think that the global centrism is collapsing globally?
Gosh, lots of reasons. But one large point, I would say, is that since 1978, just to give you one data point, France has not had a single year of more than 2% growth. So 38 years, not once more than what in the United States is considered really mediocre growth. 10.5% unemployment rate, 25% youth unemployment. Same story throughout much of Europe. For the last decade in the United States, we've had about 2% growth. Stagnant economies tend to lead to radicalized politics. Second thing is, at least for the last 10 years, again, I don't mean to be sort of Marxist and materialist, but
it's that University of Chicago training in you coming out.
But historically, in economies where investors do very well and savers do very poorly, or speculators do very well and savers do very poorly, it tends to be a breeding ground for a certain kind of political radicalism. And listen, if you were an investor in the Dow Jones Industrial Average in the last 8 years, you've done great. If you had a savings account at TD Bank or whatever, maybe you've made $100. Well, and that's, by the way, that's a phenomenon that's true from Japan to Europe to the United States. So I think there's an economic explanation. I mean, there's also, look, there's a historical fact, which is that in the 1920s, in the 1930s, for a broad set of reasons, the West became disenchanted with liberal democratic politics as a set of institutions that were imperfect, that created mediocre outcomes, but that were sort of broadly fair and inclusive. And there was this sudden thirst for a charismatic style of politics, for men of action, for guys who would cut through the bull and make things work. The businessman's ethic that is going to get through all that regulatory nonsense and get Woolman's rink, let's say. A famous story in New York that Donald Trump has ridden to the Republican nomination, it seems, and make it happen. And so I think part of the story here is that a failure of ordinary politics to deliver on the expectations that modern Western societies have in terms of their economic well-being, their anxieties, their prospects, has typically and is again turning people to say, well, let's look at these more radical, non-mainstream alternatives. What the hell? Let's give it a shot. I think there's a lot of that in the politics right now with the strength of Bernie Sanders. Donald Trump is the presumptive nominee, but also throughout the entire world. If you are just an ordinary middle-class person or lower middle-class person with money in a bank, you have not done well. And you've seen the speculating class, as it is, or as it were, done fabulously well. And I think that is one of the contributing factors. There are all kinds of other things, but those are a few that come to mind.
Let me just, again, I'm not trying to punctuate what Brett says, but look at it this way. For 3 years in a row, in public polling as measured by the Real Clear Politics average that they publish every day, more than 60% of Americans have said America's going in the wrong direction. Now, since only about 37% of Americans are Republicans, that means there are a whole lot of people who are not Republicans, who are independents, who are Democrats, that have now for 3 years thought by a huge majority we're going in the wrong direction. And why wouldn't they? Because if you're in the heartland, if you're in the middle class or working class, a small business person, you can't tell the difference between the recovery and the recession. It still feels like a recession. In fact, the National Association of Counties in January published a report that based on 4 simple economic indicators like growth of GDP, income, tax, only 7% of our 3,000 plus counties are out of the recession. 93% are still in the recession based on those measurements. You see why people are mad and they're scared.
Yeah.
And the one other point I think that's interesting, and I think the hardest thing to understand, we have polarity with essential parity. The two parties are very close in numbers. I mean, they've got the White House, we got the House and Senate, we got 31 governors, most of the legislatures, but they've got it looks like an edge in the Electoral College. Usually in our country, at least since the Civil War, when we've been at parity, we've also been bunched up in the middle. Today, there ain't no middle.
So although this election season is an interesting one, as a couple of you have pointed out, because on both sides of the spectrum, we've got dissenters inside of parties. We've got heterodoxy coming out, policy paradigms breaking as people put new issues on the table, trade in both cases, Trump and Sanders, immigration in Trump's case, debt in Sanders' case, and so forth. So then the question, and you've made the point, Brett, that there are serious economic and political problems that generate move in politics toward extremes, empty out the center. So then the question is, if we're starting to think about the how to fix it question, how much do we in fact need to address these basic issues of interaction, forms of civility, tolerance for alternative views and so forth, as a part of preparing to actually engage the policy questions? That is, do we have to fix polarization in order to do the work on the policy questions, or can we just muddle forward, not worry about polarization, just focus on policy? Mike, what do you think about that?
Well, I think we need campaigns that are more aspirational. I mean, in hearing this discussion, the one thing that I'm struck by are those numbers that say many Americans, in fact, a majority of Americans, no longer believe that if they work hard, play by the rules, their children will have a better quality of life than they have. Now, that's the fundamental American dream that has been at the kind of in the DNA of what we think we are as Americans. And unless we restore some sense of hope for the future and some sense that things are getting better, and by the way, you know, there are different measures. I mean, I can't let Haley get totally away with this. Some measures, if you look at things that Obama has been able to accomplish and do, that indicate that we are, maybe it's not a strong recovery, but we've had 77 straight months of job growth. We've got, I mean, if anyone from the White House were here, they would tick off a list of things and say, look, Obama has basically accomplished a great deal as president. Now, I am a communications guy. I don't think they have told that story very well. And I don't think the country feels it, and that's the important thing. But we have got to restore that sense that we are a country that moves forward, that does provide a better future for our kids, and we need candidates and politicians who speak at that kind of lofty level to really make us feel better about our future. And, you know, we're not getting a lot of that in this campaign.
Do we need to be also, in addition to seeking those aspirational and common purpose narratives, I mean, do we need to be doing deep institutional work? So Nolan, let me bring it back to redistricting. I mean, you know, and we'll have a little debate here about whether or not we actually need to be working on that. Do we need to restructure the electoral process as part of building incentives that work in the opposite direction?
I think there are limits to what restoring the electoral process can do. I think, to respond to Haley's point, I think one of the reasons why there's 350 safe members of the House has more to do with kind of regional realignments in the South and the Northeast. Just people tend to find themselves now in states and regions of countries which were heterodox, you know, in the 1960s and 1970s, are now strongly partisan. So I don't think gerrymandering is going to do it. I think campaign finance has to be looked at. I don't think it's the primary initial cause, but I think it's a major contributor. If you go back to 1980, the top 0.01% of the donors contribute 8% of the money for national campaigns. So the top, you know, say 10,000 people contributed about 8%. Now they contribute about 40%. So we now have a campaign finance system that's basically fairly unaccountable in that, you know, very wealthy people can put their policy views, put their policy agendas before the people without the same type of accountability that actual parties, candidates, and so forth have. I think that's been a fuel for exacerbating polarization, at least in the last decade, that's only gotten worse. So on the campaign finance side, I'm a little bit more interested in reform. I think that where we have to look at, though, in terms of institutional reform, is about governance. I think ultimately polarization is not necessarily a bad thing. In the 1950s, political scientists worried that there wasn't enough differentiation between the parties. The Eisenhower Republicans looked a heck of a lot like Truman Democrats on most things, and that's a real problem because voters don't have choices. It's hard to hold parties accountable. If you wish for something, you might get too much of it. So we're now in a situation where we have that differentiation, but we haven't figured out how to govern with that level of differentiation. So some of it's changing norms. It's the norm of dissent. Say, I understand where you're coming from. If you understand where I'm coming from, we're going to have these debates. We're not going to paper them over. We just have to figure out ways to solve them. Some of, Congress could come up with procedures that are less partisan and more able just simply to have the debates and resolve them. Let me just give you one example of an institution that I think should be reformed. In almost every other parliamentary democracy in the world, the Speaker of the lower chamber is an administrative bureaucratic position. They're elected basically to stand up there and recognize speakers. Kind of uniquely in the United States, the Speaker is a partisan institution. And we saw last year what can happen when you have the Speaker of the lower house be a partisan institution where a small fraction of the majority party can hold that position hostage. So I think there are some things like that we can do. I don't like ideas of saying, well, let's try to eradicate polarization by eliminating differences of opinion. I don't think that's very consistent with our underlying values.
Can I throw out one modest proposal, and it connects to the idea of campaign finance reform, because many of these members of Congress, part of the reason they've got their head down when they're in Washington going to fundraiser after fundraiser, they spend all their time doing that. So I was thinking the other day, what if we, every Wednesday that Congress is sitting in session, we declare from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning to be a fundraising free zone. And we instruct the party committees, the DNC and the DCCC and all the people who are out there raising money, there will be sanctions against you if you host events for your candidates during that period of time, because the expectation is that a member will call someone from the other side of the aisle and say, let's go have breakfast. And let's sit and talk, or let's get a group together. There's actually a wonderful group called the Faith and Politics Institute that gets people together for Bible study, and that has actually been very important to the members that participate. I think they're like at least a third of the Senate participates in that. But we create some spaces for these people to actually get to know each other and create relationships that then can translate to more trust when it comes to legislating and doing the work of the country.
Brett?
Well, I was going to, my own modest proposal is marry a liberal.
Or a conservative.
Well, advice I took, and it does me some good in the sense that, look, the essence of a good citizen in a liberal democracy is a person who can say, I might be wrong. I'm only in possession of, say, 80% of the truth, and I don't know which fifth is wrong. And that's an important personal characteristic to have. And I guess the question I come to is, what are the institutions in our society which are cultivating qualities of self-doubt? I mean that, this is something we think about often in our editorial meetings, and which might shock some of you to hear.
Say more. Tell us more about self-doubt at the Wall Street Journal.
Well, we try to resolve them before we put words to paper. But also, in terms of our pedagogical institutions, I guess I would turn around on you and say, what are universities doing? One of the things that astounds me when I get mail in connection to the current political season is this line, we gave up on this do-nothing Republican Congress. We gave the Republicans these big majorities, and what did they do with it? And you're tempted to write back, do you realize that Congress, that the government of the United States can't be run out of the Congress, that you need the cooperation of the president, that that's the way the system works? So this nonstop assault from certain radio show hosts I won't mention here about, the losers in Congress who did nothing and they didn't, overturn Obamacare and impeach the president and, X, Y, and Z. Clearly, these people don't seem to know how our system of divided government and checks and balances work. And I wonder why that is. And I wonder what failures have taken place from grade school to college to what people are listening to on their morning commutes or what they're reading in their papers, if they still read papers, that they don't understand these things. I really mean, all these institutional fixes are terrific, but they're not going to work unless you have human beings who might say to themselves, I might disagree with the president. I might disagree with him vehemently, but that doesn't mean I think he's a bad man, right? Can we do that as a country? I guess that's the question I keep returning to. And one last point, the Republican Party was emerged from a president who summoned the better angels of our nature. That's the great line from the second inaugural. And I wonder who's summoning those angels in our season, in our political season this year, when one guy is saying put all of Wall Street in jail, another guy is asking for mass deportations of one ethnic group or another. Who are the summoners of the better angels? That's what I'm concerned about.
So I want to pick up your question about education there for a second and talk a little about civic education, because in fact I think it is one of the victims. You want to sort of list the victims of polarization. I think civic education is one of them. And so actually, Governor Barbour, I'll ask you a little bit about this, because I believe you were in office when the National Governors Association was working on the Common Core curriculum, which was, in its beginnings, a bipartisan effort on the part of governors at the state level. And as we all know now, it's become a very controversial issue, fully embedded in the sort of polarized conversation. But one feature of the development of the core curriculum was that as the National Governors Association was working with educators around the country, the goal was to establish standards in math and science education, in English language arts education, and in social studies education. And that third piece fell out. It was unachievable because of polarized views about how we should engage with American history. And in some sense, the battle over whether or not the narrative should be fundamentally triumphalist, whether the narrative should be fundamentally sort of critical about the failings of the US and the effort to overcome them. And we have a quite deep problem, I think, actually, with regard to this issue of education in our inability to share a common historical narrative. So I don't know if you could, were you in office during?
I was in office, and in fact, some of you may know that my state is a little conservative, and there were a lot of people against Common Core. I publicly supported the development of a Common Core curriculum, supported our putting it in place. But here's what never gets said, and I'm going to come back to this point in a second. Common Core only affects English and math.
Exactly.
That's the whole curriculum, is English and math. And all the complaining is they're going to take religion out of the schools, they're going to teach God knows what in terms of history and social studies and everything. That's bunk. I mean, the Mississippi State Department of Education ultimately decides what the curriculum is. And they have Common Core standards for English and math that they decide, are we going to use those teaching ways? The state totally controls it at the end of the day. The federal government doesn't. But that goes back to something that I think was the one point I was going to make here, if I didn't any other. I became chairman of the Republican National Committee about the time of the rise of Rush Limbaugh, Fox News. I loved it. I mean, I'd grown up in the same America as y'all, where when I graduated from high school, and any weeknight at 6 o'clock, 90% of the TV stations on ABC, NBC, CBS, we thought all of them were liberal, the New York Times, the Washington Post. We were finally going to get some conservatives out there telling our side. And it worked that way for a while, but in the last 3 or 4 years, the most bitter, the most harsh, the most negative critics of Republicans have been the conservative media elite. The Sean Hannitys, the Rush Limbaughs, the Laura Ingrams. Some of these people are friends of mine. But the fact of the matter is, And it may be just because of ratings, but they are the leaders. They are the agitators for the Purity Caucus, for the people who say, if you don't agree with me 100% of the time, then you're a bad person. That is just exactly the opposite of how you win in our system. The American two-party system is about a bigger party. It's about addition and multiplication. It's not about division and subtraction. And like I said, Mitt Romney got 60 million votes last time. If you think we're going to have a party where 60 million people agree on everything, you need your head examined. I mean, my wife and I don't agree on everything. And she says I have the right to be wrong sometimes. But in our party, Democratic Party, Mike knows this, Republican Party, we cannot get to where you have to agree on everything to be a good Republican. One of the biggest victories we ever had in 1994, one of the things I was most proud of is in state after state, you'd see pro-choice Republican voters vote for pro-life Republican candidates, pro-life Republican voters vote for pro-choice Republican candidates because they decided he agrees with me or she agrees with me on 10 issues out of 12, and I'm not gonna vote. That's how parties are supposed to think, and until we get back to that, we're gonna have a hard time.
Thank you, Rich. Mike, what do we do?
On this prior point, there was or is a National Commission on Civics Education that really looks at the curriculum K through 12 that would leave us with more fully functioning citizens going out into the world as they move into college and become voting age. And I think there has to be a very intentional commitment to that kind of work in schools. Now, you're asking a largely public school system to then do some things that are risky. And I acknowledge that because social studies teachers, when they are dabbling in things about how does government work, how do parties work, and how do they function, you know you're on shaky ground sometimes, and you know you're going to get some parent group coming in to complain. But I think that's where, collectively voices can stand up and say we cannot afford to cheat these students out of some basic understanding of what it means to be a citizen in this country and to understand pluralism and diversity and the liberal tradition that we have. So I think that a lot of work has to be done on that. But I'm going to tell a very short story. When I first went to work in the U.S. Senate as a Senate press secretary, it was in 1979, there was a big piece of labor legislation that was going to reform labor law. And I worked for the chairman of the Senate Labor Committee, very pro-union Democrat. And as I wrote a press release one day, it was actually aimed at Orrin Hatch, who was leading the filibuster against labor law reform. Haley and I are old enough to remember this probably. But I wrote a little quote in a draft press release that said, any senator who would suggest that this legislation leads to mandatory unionization stretches truth to the breaking point. That was the exact quote. And the guy who was my boss and my mentor, what we call him the administrative assistant, and he said, come with me. And he took me out in the hall, and he said, you better be damn glad that press release didn't go out, because if that had gone out, I would fire you, because that puts in the mouth of our boss a statement that more or less calls one of our colleagues here in the Senate a liar.
Right.
Now, stretches truth to the breaking point, that's toxic language compared to what we have now. But my question is, who are the people taking the young hotshot press secretaries out and washing their mouth out with soap? Who are the people trying to enforce some sense of civility in our discussions? The media is gone. The media used to be something like a referee in this now, but now they are, for reasons that Haley just said, they're more a part of the problem than part of the solution. But I think collectively, it sounds Pollyannish and maybe schoolmarmish to say that there are some senior statesmen that ought to stand up every once in a while and say to our party committees and some of the people who are throwing out these toxic quotes, that's not what we do here in this country. That's not how we conduct ourselves in this world of politics. And we just frankly don't have enough people doing that.
So let me just ask one last question of Brett before we'll turn it over to everybody else for questions. But so your points about setting standards are very well taken, and thank you for that. So I want to ask this question about, Brett, from your point of view, what can newspapers, news organizations do to set standards in this regard? Can they do anything to set standards? Is that a lost cause? What do you think?
That's a great question and a long, more than a 2-minute and 25-second answer. But look, there has been a shallowing of the news. And it turns out that not only, I think, does it make for bad journalism, I think it makes for bored readers. It's not an accident that the newspapers that are still, I think, doing reasonably well, magazines, are the ones that take the deeper dives. Because in a country of 300 million, if you have even 1% of the country, that's a lot of readers. That's the Journal has 2.4 million. We'd like to get to 1%. And that means sort of bucking the almost irresistible trend towards catering to the audience, to audience preferences, and to what seems to be popular now. It means, essentially following Steve Jobs' admonition that you don't know what you want until I give it to you. You had no idea you wanted an iPhone until you got one, and then you can't live without it, or whatever kind of phone that you happen to have. I think the news business could do something similar, which is to try to wrest back control of who actually gets to set the agenda. There's a wonderful line in Scoop, the Evelyn Waugh novel, in which the Lord, whatever his name is, the evil press baron, insists that all questions be answered with either yes, sir, or up to a point, sir. And so the question is, Yokohama is the capital of Japan. The answer must be up to a point, sir. Well, a lot of what we do in the news business should be sort of considered in an up to a point way. Of course, we want our readers to be in sync with us, like what we do, admire what we want. But up to a point, we also want to have grown-ups in charge of the newspapers, not be the slaves to audience preference. And I think that's true in academia, where I sometimes feel the professors have lost the agenda-setting prerogatives. Maybe in government as well, where senators, as Haley mentioned, are always terrified of being primaried. How do you get the grown-ups to be in charge? It's a great question, but I don't think that liberalism survives. We'll talk about democracy some other day, but liberalism survives unless those grown-ups reassert those prerogatives.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and open it up. We've got these mics, and we'd love to hear from you. Yes, we'll start over here.
I understand that George Washington, in the early days of our country, worried that the beginning of the two-party system would be the death of the republic. So this year in the primaries, what I'm seeing, and I understand that in primaries there's always going to be a disagreement and people saying mean things about each other, but in this particular year, candidate after candidate has said that one of the candidates is a con artist, a pathological liar, dangerous, all sorts of scary things. And now suddenly that he is presumably going to be the nominee, suddenly that's okay. And I have a problem with the idea that party politics is just some kind of a game. And I think that the preservation of our country as we know it should be more important than that. So I'm wondering how you see those things.
Oh, Brett, and then Governor.
Well, yeah. Mike mentioned that wonderful phrase from Pat Moynihan, defining deviancy down. And we have a new normal in this country where serious presidential candidates get away with saying things which I find scandalous. And that's not going to stop unless some larger number of Americans say, no, this is not actually all right at all. and we're going to run you out of our political system for saying these things. This is what really worries me about this political season. You know, bear in mind, by the way, okay, I'll say something overtly partisan. These are the candidates we're getting, or this is that candidate we're getting, when growth is around 2%. One day growth is going to be minus 2%. Who are we going to get then? And what's going to be considered all right then? One last point. You mentioned George Washington, and I was rereading the other day. George Washington spent some time as a young man writing out rules for conduct and civility. It's wonderful. It's well worth reading about, you know, not spitting in public or how to comport himself with a lady. This is how the Republic was founded, with a man with that kind of character. And Republicans especially, who go on and on and on about the character issue, I think rightfully so, maybe should care a little more about the character of the candidates they put forward for high office.
Let me just make one observation about the two-party system. Montesquieu, or one of the 19th century French philosophers, said that the two-party system was the miracle of America because it acted like a teeter-totter. That if one party got too far over this way, the public would run to the middle and get them back straightened out. That certainly hasn't happened in either party this time. In fact, one of my old friends from the White House days saw me the other day and he said, can you understand any of this? I said, no, nobody can. We've never seen anything like it. He said, yeah. They've had to create a new term to describe the nominating process after Sanders and Trump and Clinton. It's called electile dysfunction. We're hoping one of the big pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, I think we all needed that. Thank you.
First, Mr. Stevens just made a remark that I fully agree with. I, too, would be very concerned if we become a country with a minus 2% growth rate, reminiscent of the early 30s and the late 20s elsewhere. My question, though, goes to the opening remarks when there was the presentation of some statistics about the negativity that's felt towards our potential candidates for president. Over the past 30, 40 years, we've seen a diminishing percentage of our citizens voting. Are we going to continue to see that? And if so, isn't that a real threat to the democracy?
Nolan?
Actually, we haven't seen a diminution of the percentage of citizens voting since 1972, and there's a good reason why it dropped in 1972, and that's that 18-year-olds got the vote and they still don't use it. Once you factor that in, the real changes in the electorate have been there have been increasing numbers of non-citizen residents who cannot participate. Since 2008, turnout's been higher than it's ever been. It looks like it's going to stay there, yet it hasn't really resulted in kind of a diminution of this conflict. One of the things that concerns me is that you do look at public opinion polls and you see that voters have much more extreme views than non-voters. So it seems obvious, right, that you should just get some of the non-voters to vote. But the evidence shows that once they become voters, they become just like voters. And they have just as extreme views. So I hate to be negative on this, but turnout is probably not the problem. The problems are probably deeper than that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
I was wondering about how much the polarization has to do with the income gap between wealthy and poor. And then I had a question for the governor, which was, if you were still the committee, the Republican National Committee chairman, would you have endorsed Trump?
You know, life's a series of choices. And if the choice for president is Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. It wasn't my first choice, but that's down to the real choice that I got. And having been through 2 Perot campaigns, a third-party candidate is a vote for Clinton. Just, I mean, you might as well go and vote for Clinton if you, instead of voting for some third-party candidate. I was chairman of the Republican National Committee. Thank you for, I don't know if you were born then, but I was. No, he wasn't. Okay, thank you for confirming. It's not my party. And Donald Trump's going to get 12 or 13 million votes in the Republican primaries. Not mine, was not one of those. But he's won, and I'm not going to put my opinion, my views above these people. They got the right to pick the nominee, and I got the obligation to compare the choices. I voted for some Democrats in my life, don't get me wrong. I'm just not going to vote for this one.
Nolan, do you want to?
Yeah, so one of the things we do know is that periods of American politics in which the partisan divisions have been the largest are also those periods of time in which the economic divisions have been the largest. So I described earlier that polarization was quite high, during the Gilded Age through about the 1920s. Obviously a period of time in which, by definition, the Gilded Age was one of high economic inequality. The low periods of polarization in U.S. history have basically been from the 1930s to the 1970s, which are the lowest recorded levels of economic inequality. And then the upward trend in polarization begins in 1975, which not coincidentally is the same time that economic inequality, as we measure it, started going upward. There's still a lot of debate about what the ultimate causes for that association are. But I do think, based on my work and others, that there is some causal relationship. That is, different groups of Americans suffer differential economic success. It polarizes the discourse and leads to greater divisions. Some of it's related to what Brett said about low growth. I think economic inequality and low growth have also tended to correlate with one another. And low growth does lead to political extremism, as we've seen in the United States and increasingly throughout the rest of the world.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you, and thank you for assembling a great panel. This has been a terrific day. And Brett, thank you for sharing your thoughts on Fareed's show this past Sunday. Very appreciative. My question is more along the line of difference between governance and ideology. We see ideology playing out for several decades as far as what Colbert would call truthiness. The idea where facts are now seen as subjective, not objective. And that plays so much in our political and our campaign process. But now I'm starting to see it more and more read into our governance, where we have state legislatures here in Texas that propose solutions to non-existent problems and spending huge amounts of taxpayer dollars on problems that don't exist but exist in people's minds or placed there through politics. Again, where it's not based on fact, but based solely on opinion or identity politics. What do we do about it when it creeps into the way we govern?
Well, let me say, I was a Republican governor, the second Republican governor since Reconstruction in my state, and I had a Democrat majority in the State House every day, and I had a Democrat majority in the Senate 7 years out of 8. The last thing I wanted was a party line vote. So what did we do? We made sure the Democrats understand my job was to get the job done. That we had some problems we had to deal with, and we had some big problems we had to deal with. And I never won a vote without winning some Democrats over. It was just mathematically impossible. And we did it by dealing with the facts and being focused on solving problems. Brett, you won't be surprised. I used to tell Trent Lott was the majority leader of the Senate, and he and I went to Ole Miss together. I would like to say he's a third-year law student and I was a freshman. But anyway, I used to tell Trent the difference between governors and senators is senators talk about doing things and governors do things. And that's the attitude you got to have. Brent and Mike were both talking about that as we went through this. Learning to work together and learning to get the job done. And it doesn't have to be 100% my way every time. It's not going to be 100% my way every time. But that's the attitude you got to have. And I have an ideology. But my job is to get the job done.
Mike?
I want to defend the press since we're here in honor of the 100th anniversary of the Pulitzer. A surprising thing for a guy who used to be the human piñata for the press corps. The ability to really make facts come alive and make the truth important enough and vivid enough that people engage it regularly, that's the hallmark of brilliant journalism. And it's not sufficient, going back to something you said earlier, for journalists and editors say, look, we've got to run our numbers up. We got to get more likes. We got to get more tweets. We got to, boost circulation. That's never been the task of the journalist. The task is to take the important information and make it interesting enough that people will pay attention. We didn't know about slaughterhouses in Chicago until the muckrakers mucked. And that's what we've got to get more of, and that's, I tell editors and folks that I meet with all the time, we understand in communications in the business of politics, you have to say things over and over and over again for them to penetrate. You all in the news business say, we tell you once, and we've given you the news, and it's therefore no longer news, so we don't have to come back and report it again. Right. These things that matter need to be on the front page day after day after day, with interesting angles and different takes and new perspectives. Now, we get some of that. I don't want to shortchange the kind of journalism that's out there, but we need more of that if we're going to actually get people to focus on that, which is truly important.
And on that, exactly, if we could thank our panel. A terrific conversation. Thank you so much. I think our job is to leave.
Thanks to all of you. That was an excellent discussion. Thank you for sharing your perspectives with us. Let's just take a moment here to give special thanks to the collaborating sponsors for this event, and most especially all the wonderful people behind the scenes that you haven't even seen today who worked so hard to make this forum a success. Please join me in recognizing the Pulitzer Prize Board, the Dallas Morning News, the LBJ Foundation, the George Bush Library Foundation, and our host, the George W. Bush Presidential Center. And most important, a special thanks to you, all of you, for coming out today and attending this marquee event. Because in so doing, you're supporting the best of American journalism, the literary arts, and the humanities. Especially in these challenging times, may the values of the Pulitzer Prizes, the unstinting fact-finding, well-researched analysis, lucid writing, rigorous self-reflection, cultural discovery, and public service, may these values carry us forward. Let's all take this conversation into the next century. I'll see you in 100 years. Thank you.